in terms of receivers, someone brought up DeAndre Hopkins on the ticket text.
Right.
1,000 yards a year ago in a bad situation in Tennessee. They're 0-3 as well.
So, okay, you can't just go get everyone at this time. What's the priority? And what are you willing to give up? It may be the determining factor. Or do you want to go get a receiver that's going to come in and be wide receiver 3? Do you want to go get a guard, a top-level guard that might be available because a team is willing to sell, mid-season, or an edge rusher?
248-539-9797. Ticket texters pouring in. This one says, who goes to the bathroom when the home team bats? Mike in Sterling Heights.
Yeah.
Another one says, Costa's an idiot. Jerry in a truck. You never go to the bathroom when your team is batting. I thought everybody knew that.
This seems common sense. Baseball has a lot of unwritten rules. To me, this is the unwritten rule of the fan. You don't use the restroom when your team is at bat. Maybe it changes if Scooble's on the mound.
I was going to say, if you have a great pitcher, you don't want to miss that either.
Was he pitching yesterday?
No, he wasn't. It was Montero. My buddy missed the Mags home run. Not well. My buddy missed the Mags home run to go to the World Series because he was in the bathroom. All right, that's bad. That's pretty rough. Texter says, be a man, wear a catheter, have a bag, strap to your leg like John does. Grant in Monroe.
I would just go down my leg.
It's a Costa lock that Cookies left early last night, signed Mike.
Yeah.
Not true. In fact, I saw Rieger posted a photo of the crowd. You could see me there. I'm there. There's photographic evidence of me in the ninth inning standing for the Jackson Jobe debut.
Panoramic
style, yes. Let's get to Roger in Grand Rapids. Roger, you're on 97.1.
Hey, good morning. Love the show. What's on my mind is 15 years ago. And I can remember where I was when I did the math. 20 games to go. The Tigers were 6 games up on Minnesota. And I went, okay, let's just say we go 10-10. We play 500 ball the rest of the way. Minnesota has to go 16-4 to tie us. That's not going to happen. We're in. Well, everybody knows that's exactly what happened. And then we wind up losing that heartbreaking, 12-inning playoff game. And so I'm loving this. This is like sweet revenge on a team, against a team that's been kind of our nemesis.
The Twins.
I'm just really enjoying this a lot.
Oh, it's even sweeter.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, it takes what is already like a super exciting run and adds a little extra of that energy to it.
Yeah, and a week ago we were talking about, hey, there's no 163, so could we possibly get screwed again by Minnesota if we end up tying? Now, it's still on the table, but it's unlikely.
Well, and the key was just don't let it come down to a tiebreaker.
Right.
And to the Tigers' credit, they just keep winning baseball games, and they avoid that.
Yeah, for you, they won yesterday 6-1. Because you missed the first one.
Ticket Texture says, sounds like it was a beautiful night in the Comerica men's room. 2 Grand Slam coming up at 7:25. Heather's News is next. AJ Hinch at 8:02. The Ticket Texters stay undefeated. It's 97.1.
When it comes to an IRS collection or audit, you need a law firm that specializes in the resolution of all types of tax problems. When dealing with the world's largest civil law enforcement agency, your case could take a lot of twists and turns. Your first call should be to an experienced law firm like Abraham and Rose. They're prepared to advocate on your behalf. You want someone on your side, no matter if it's civil or criminal or even the Michigan Department of Treasury, whether personal income tax or business payroll taxes, you're going to need a real team of local lawyers, not some tax organization with some random individual that you're never going to meet. You can trust and visit abrahamandrose.com today or call 248-539-5040 so you never personally have to deal with the IRS.
Before we get to the 2 Grand Slam, here's Heather in the news.
You might have seen this trending. It's been all over social media. Guests of the Detroit Bridgerton Ball, they shelled out hundreds of dollars, some $1,000 for tickets, expecting this really exquisite party, right? Where guests could enjoy an evening, they say, of sophistication, grace, and historical charm. But what they got instead was basically the complete opposite. So this event took place on Sunday, September 22nd at the Harmony Club. And it was described as a chance for fans to step into the enchanting world of the Regency era, where the event would feature elegance, live entertainment, exquisite costumes, and unforgettable memories. But basically, the reality of it is that it was a complete debacle, right? There wasn't enough chairs. Guests had to sit on the floor. They were eating Kit Kats sold by vendors, and they were watching a stripper for the night's entertainment.
Oh.
And one guest...
Was she hot?
And one guest described the evening as basically underwhelming.
I didn't. She sounded like she was 12. Like, I didn't know they allowed kids in that.
Well, no, I'm guessing it was 21 and up. However, I don't even think that there was alcohol there. Like,
oh, really?
This whole thing was a complete mess. Like, just a scam, basically. When you saw you got to go online and look at the photos.
Yep.
It looks it looks worse than like a kid's homecoming dance. Like,
wow.
There's not much there.
Basically a costume
all.
party. And I guess I just assumed that the stripper would be female. Was it Magic Mike style?
No, it was a female stripper.
Okay.
Yes, but most of the guests were female. I mean, if you've seen the show Bridgerton, it's
right.
like
That's why I guess I flipped to, well, maybe it was Magic Mike.
The photo I saw was a female. They brought in a pole. Yeah.
They brought in a pole. Yeah. That's amazing.
Were you a Bridgerton fan?
No, I've never seen it.
Okay, yeah, not my cup of tea. John, I take it no.
No, John, no. But he's got a lot of daughters, and your wife maybe.
No,
they weren't into it either.
No.
But I know what it is.
Yeah,
right.
It's a very popular show.
John sneaking in clips of Bridgerton in between snaps of Michigan football.
Right.
See it.
Yes.
You never know. Sometimes it is the people you don't expect.
It's true. A 14-year-old Macomb County girl is being held at the Macomb County Juvenile Justice Center after allegedly making a school threat earlier this week. So this teen allegedly sent this threatening email to the administrators at Lance Cruz High School in Harrison Township. It's where she goes to school. Now, the exact threat hasn't been shared. I don't know what she actually posted, but the Macomb County prosecutor says, hey, we have a zero tolerance policy when it comes to school threats, and we're going to follow through. This girl was arraigned on one count of making a threat of terrorism. That's a 20-year felony, you guys. She was denied bond in order to undergo a mental health evaluation. A high schooler, 14 years old, facing mega charges. It's not funny, not a joke. For the second time in a week, a Metro Detroit library was closed due to pest control issues. So the Oak Park Public Library was temporarily closed on Wednesday after somebody found bugs crawling on some chairs in the computer area. So the chairs were immediately removed from the building, and a pest control company was called in, confirmed that those were bed bugs crawling around on the upholstery of those chairs. They did say no more bugs were found in the building. The facility was cleaned, and the library is expected to open today as normal.
What's going on in our libraries?
Yuck.
Yeah.
I mean, if you have bed bugs, you can carry them anywhere, technically, I guess.
Sure. It just seems weird.
So if you were at the Oak Park Library, maybe check your
beds.
mattress.
Yeah, gross.
Or your car.
Nasty.
You sat in your car, went home.
Yep.
A Detroit police officer is recovering after being shot on Wednesday morning. The shooting happened after officers responded to a call about a man in the midst of some type of mental health episode. The man was spotted and was confronted by an officer on the porch of somebody's home. Well, the two got into this little scuffle, were wrestling around on this porch, and the suspect was able to grab the officer's gun, fired one shot, and shot the officer in the hand. Thankfully, no other injuries were reported. The suspect was taken into custody, and the officer is being called an absolute hero and is expected to make a full recovery. which is great.
That's good, yeah.
Finally, if you're sharing your Disney Plus password or using somebody else's password, that's probably going to come to an end this week. Disney Plus is officially cracking down on password sharing. They do say they will allow you to add an extra member to your account, $6.99 for the basic package and $9.99 for the premium package.
So what's the limit on how many people you can...
You can only add one extra member
How do
to
you
your
police
account.
that? Let's say I'm
Only
over
one
at a-
extra member
Yes.
for the ultimate package?
No, they don't have the ultimate package. They only have the premium,
the premium
package.
package.
Yes.
For one extra member.
Yes.
But I'm saying, how do you police it? So you go over a friend's house, you can't watch your Disney
It
Plus
says-
there? You're on a laptop that you were
says
previously signed in
Disney
on?
says they'll be able to automatically detect when somebody's watching outside of your household.
So
I
I
don't
can't
know,
watch
it's-
out of my own household, even though I pay for it?
You better be able to.
Right.
But I don't exactly know how they're going to crack down, but they say they're doing it, so be prepared.
All right.
Okay.
Heather with the news. 2 Grand Slam time.
I hate to jinx this, but I think our contestant today can do better than our contestant on Tuesday.
Sure. That bar was low.
Very low. Our
One.
contestant got 1 on Tuesday, so I'm hoping for more than 1, right? I'm hoping to give away $2,000. If our contestant gets all the questions right in 60 seconds, they're going to walk away big winners. Otherwise, they're going to get $25 for each question answered correctly. And of course, their time needs to be used wisely. If they don't know one, skip past right
Yep.
away, and we'll get back to it if there's enough time.
Our contestant this morning, Jason and Adrian. Good morning.
Good morning.
How are you?
Pretty good.
All right. Excited?
Doing real good. Oh, yeah.
Okay.
This is my first time, so.
Okay. Hey. You'll never forget it.
It's going to be memorable, hopefully. Yes, I'm hoping you're going to get better than 1, Jason. I think you got this. Your time is going to start as soon as I start reading the first question. Are you ready to play?
Oh, yeah. Let's go.
All right, let's go. Who does Michigan State play in football this coming Saturday night?
Minnesota.
Who wears jersey number 31 for the Detroit Tigers?
Pass.
This band had the 1980 hit Hell's Bells.
Pass.
This team is currently in first place in the AFC South.
Pass.
Who played Nicky Santoro in the movie Casino?
Oh. Pass.
The New York Giants host this team tonight.
The Giants. Cowboys.
Who is the head
Go
football
Cowboys.
coach of the Minnesota Golden Gophers?
Flick.
Is Manistee located in the lower or upper peninsula of Michigan?
Upper.
Who played Walter White in Breaking Bad?
Oh, I know that one.
Oh, no, Jason.
Dang it.
All right. So you got 2.
Okay, so you did better
Yeah.
than our contestant on Tuesday.
Wait, no. Did I miss
I've got
one?
3.
Oh, you got 3.
Oh, sorry. Yes. Yes, 3.
Three.
I missed the check mark. Yes, 3. My bad.
Just
well done.
Trying to cheat you.
3. Oh, that's great.
Yeah, there you go, Jason.
I mean, he passed on a lot, so
Yeah.
he must have answered all the ones he answered correctly.
Nearly. We'll go through
Okay.
it, but Jason, we'll put you on hold. That's $75.
Yeah.
2 Grand Slam brought to you by Genesis Credit Union. The 3 he got correct. The Cowboys play the Giants.
Yes.
PJ Fleck is the head coach of the Minnesota Golden Gophers.
Row the boat.
And Manistee is in the upper peninsula.
What was that first one?
Yeah. Sounded like a guess. Come on.
At least you got it right.
You got it right. Yeah. That's the number 1 point.
He got the 9 of the 10 questions, so we'll go through all the other ones, the ones that he passed. He started off with, who does Michigan State play in football this coming Saturday night?
Yeah, he said Minnesota. Wrong. Michigan. You got Ohio State.
Spartans host Ohio State. Riley Green wears number 31 for the Tigers. John, this one you said before the show, oh, everybody has to get this. 1980 hit Hell's Bells.
AC/DC.
Did you know that, Jim?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, that was.
It's iconic.
Yeah. It's like, yeah.
I didn't know it.
Really?
No.
Like Trevor Hoffman would
I
come
don't
out to
even know
Hell's
what the
Bells for
song
the
is.
Padres.
Like, what's the song?
You've never heard Hell's Bells?
I mean, I'm sure I've heard it, but how does it
okay.
go?
It's like more of a rock thing. I mean,
Oh, you've heard it at sporting events?
You
Oh,
definitely
yeah.
heard
I'm
it.
sure. Yeah.
With
if
the
you-
dong?
Yeah. With the dong.
Oh.
Yes.
Oh.
Yes. Which is the bell. It's one way to
Or the
describe
ding.
it. Yeah, the ding.
Well, it's
Yes.
not really a ding if you
Yeah, ding dong.
hear it. It's more of a dong. Team is in first place in the AFC South. It's the Houston Texans. Joe Pesci was in the movie Casino.
Breaking Bad was Bryan Cranston.
Yes. Pass was not the correct answer for many of those.
No, it was
By the third one, I'm going, oh, no, dude, I want you to win.
That's what Tom should do. He should make one that has the answer,
answer
is
is
pass. See if somebody gets that.
I've actually thought of that, and the
Yes.
question is too long to try to get in the wording. What was the Tigers' first cable television network? Or you'd have to
Pass
be
Sports,
You have to
yeah.
be very,
Yes.
and we're trying to keep them short so that it allows a fair amount of time. It's basically, one sentence across
Yes.
a Word document. So we're trying to,
Yes. This.
I feel like these have actually been fairly easy lately, and it's time for the contestants to step it up a little bit. I mean,
wow.
they like to call us out all the time.
Yeah.
Step your game up out
Yeah.
there.
This
Come on.
play revolutionized football.
Forward
Pass.
pass. Yeah.
That's subjective, though.
Right.
That
yes,
even
yes.
though we know what everybody
Yes.
thinks the answer is, that's
Yes,
subjective.
yes, the face
I'm gonna let
mask,
you write
yeah.
the questions.
No.
Yes.
I'm not saying that. I'm just saying, if it were to be the answer is pass, I mean, you could kind of get it just by saying pass.
If you don't know the answer, you're supposed to.
Pass. There you go.
This radio host missed last night's Parker Meadows home run.
Really? You're not going to let that go? I want to talk about the baseball. We'll do that coming up next. It's not.
What Tom was talking about.
Okay, it's 97-1. And when you want to watch these games, you could watch from the best pool in history, Stadium Swim. It's located at Circa Resort and Casino, where you can catch the biggest games in a viewing experience built for sports fans. Chill in the 6 pools, 3 different levels, always a perfect view of that massive 40-foot-tall, high-definition screen. Stadium Swim, America's favorite place to watch all the games, with the swim-up bars, the Insta-ready selfie walls, and a non-stop party. Score your perfect game day spot. They've got the cozy day beds, private cabanas. You find a spot, you lounge at the center of the action, but you got to reserve your place today. It's 365 days of sports poolside. Make those plans. It's located at Circa Resort and Casino, downtown Las Vegas on Fremont Street. Stadium Swim, all sports, all seasons. Book your spot today. CircaLasVegas.com. 97.1. Good morning. That's Dan Dickerson's call. Saw that one live. It was a great environment last night at Comerica Park. We have some ticket texts from the 2 Grand Slam, and then we're going to talk Tiger baseball. AJ Hinch at 8:02. This guy sucks.
Yeah, that was echoed on Twitch.
This one says, as far as getting passed to be one of the answers, what the University of Michigan offense can't do right now.
Yeah, pass.
If it's 3rd and 18 in a football game, which type of play gives you the better percentage to convert? That's pass. Ron and Carlton. What's the famous mistake the Seattle Seahawks made at the end of their last Super Bowl appearance? They passed. Drew in Clarkston. More people being mean to the contestant on our ticket text.
Yeah, there's one here, and we don't have the time to do this. At least I don't believe we do. On Twitch, they said they don't just let anybody play Jeopardy. At least give the caller a test question before they are on air. You must pass this question before we let you on.
As soon as the contestant answered John's small talk greeting with a one-word answer, I knew his over-under was 3.
You excited?
Oh, wait,
Yeah.
that's a great bit. Stoney judging the contestant before they answer. And the best one was when we had a female, right, Heather?
That's like the only female we've ever had play the 2 Grand
We
Slam.
have never had one since I have been on the morning show.
Because
a
of
female
Stoney.
Call in.
Scared her away. Scared all the females away. Like, oh, she picks up the phone. Oh, I'm going to change.
Tell Jim, yes.
So she comes on, hey, how you doing? And she said whatever. And then judgmental Stoney comes in and says, I'm going to lower the bar to 6.
Like he had set the
Based
bar.
on
and then
the way
heard
she
her
either
voice.
said something or that she was
It
female.
was that
I
she
don't
was
know.
a woman. That's exactly why.
How else would he have made the determination? Here's the reality. The women can't be doing worse than the men lately. I mean, this week we had a grand total of 4 correct answers through 2 this week.
Yeah. Challenge is out there. Next Tuesday, next Thursday, call. Ladies.
Yeah, let's do it.
The Tigers play this team today.
Pass.
What does Snoop Dogg do with the joint? Puff, puff, fill in the blank. You guys are creative. Ticket text is great. I like this better when they're not making fun of me. Let's talk about our baseball team, John. Last night, all jokes aside, was a game to be at, to witness. It was 70 degrees. It was beautiful sunset, the night sky. It's Jackson Jobe making his major league debut. It's a 7-1, no doubt win.
Beers were flowing.
Everybody was having a good time, and 32,000 people. When I got there, they were saying, we think 28. There were people who decided last minute that they wanted to get out to Comerica Park, and I do not get a cut of any of the ticket revenue, but I'll tell you, it's worth going right now because we've waited a long time for it to be that kind of atmosphere, that environment at Comerica Park. And John, it was everything we've been waiting for. It was a city starving for the playoffs. We saw it a little bit with the Wings at the end last year, but this feels more definite. The Wings were blowing it. The Tigers are doing it. They're accomplishing it right in front of our very eyes, right in front of the home fans.
They are. It's been so much fun. And for those to show up, we did the, hey, look back at, the second half of the season fact or fiction. And one of them was the very last question. We were going to forget about the Tigers as of August the 8th. You and I think most fans answered yes. Yep. And if you looked at the attendance at Comerica Park, everyone was saying yes. Now, and just 2 days later, they go on a run. Now they are sitting in we control our own destiny to get into the playoffs, into the postseason. And it goes to everything that we've always said. If you win, the fans will follow. The fans will come to Comerica Park. They will show up. And you were one of them last night. 32,000 people on a Wednesday night to watch the Tigers. It was, I wish I could have been there. It was electric watching it on TV.
It's worth going down to. I'll say it again. And I wonder what your welcome back moment has been with this team, whether it's going to a physical game or tuning back in on the radio or TV. For a lot of people last night, it was realizing I can't pay for my drinks with cash. This is from Bally Sports' Johnny Kane.
It's a reset moment. It's a reset moment because this should be the first of a nice string of moments where people aren't just, hey, I'll come back if they are relevant in September.
And this is no shame. Like, if you're a casual baseball fan, you haven't had a reason to really invest your time, emotions into this team. We talk about them every day in the summer. It's what we do. I understand that other people, they're not going to be that level of dialed into this baseball team, especially when they're bad. There's no shame if you're showing up to the party right now. If you're strutting in, it's 11 o'clock at night, you're showing up to the party a little late. There's no shame in that.
No, the team showed up a little late.
The team did too, exactly. I mean, the party started late.
Yeah, the party started late. This is a party that didn't start until 11:30.
So there's no shame in this, but I'm curious, like, the moment for you or the thing for you that's made this story so special, that's got you hooked back into this baseball team. 248-539-9797, your welcome back moment.
I'm not saying this because of in the light of recent information. But you could look, there's so many different things that you could look at that excites you about this team. For me, it's the way that Parker Meadows has been able to resurrect this season. Came in, started as the leadoff hitter. We thought, all right, it center field play, being able to steal bases, but just couldn't get on base. He's the first one that gets sent down to AAA. And since he has been back, it has been fun to watch him steal home runs, make plays in the outfield, and then at the bat, he has done a tremendous job of finding ways to get on base, leading off with a home run, which you missed, and being a guy that is just exciting. When they were winning games throughout the course of the season, it was 1-0 because it was a terrific performance by the pitchers. Like, how many times did we talk about Reese Olson and wasted starts at the beginning of the year simply because the bats couldn't get? They were winning, but it was boring. Now they're winning, and I wouldn't say that it's edge of your seat excitement other than yesterday with 13 hits. It was fireworks from inning 1 through inning 9.
Yeah, it's hard to find the one thing, right? Because Skubal has been the constant all year, so you can't really say him. I mean, he was phenomenal from April to the end of the season here, flirting with the Triple Crown. He's a Cy Young winner. He's got to be. The bullpen, it's not like you could pin it on any one guy or any one game that the bullpen solidified. It just kind of happened. You know what the moment is for me?
What's that?
It's the Williamsport stuff. It's coinciding with them calling up Jace Young. Fine, you're not going to block him? Let's see him, right? You're going to sell at the deadline? Fine, let's see what the young guys have. And that weekend ends on a Sunday at a Little League ballpark. What could be more symbolic of we're going to just let the kids play? It's a kids game in a Little League ballpark, and we beat the New York Yankees on national TV. I go back to that as the thing, the moment that really, the light bulb went off. They still had the work to do. They're still doing the work today. But that's kind of the welcome back moment for me. Like, oh, hey, they're starting to do something again. And they've had to do it repeatedly because that game in and of itself didn't mean much at all. They've had to go on this run that started, I think, the weekend. Yeah. What do we say? The Kerry Carpenter came back the 13th.
Right.
This run started on the 10th. The Williamsport thing, I think, was right around that same time.
It was. And when you think about it's Jackson Jobe now. It was Jace Young earlier, but it was also Trey Sweeney. And the Trey Sweeney was so exciting and fun because it was the addition of a young player that you've got high hopes for. And I don't necessarily know that he's the answer at shortstop, but he has been so much more productive in the field and at the plate than the guy that played that position earlier.
So what's your welcome back moment? Maybe it was being at the ballpark last night and realizing, wait, I can't use cash to buy the beer? Yeah, it's been a minute. Welcome back to the Tigers. Welcome back, baseball. It's 97-1.
You heard me talk about injury attorney David Feminino for a while now, and just listen to some of the results that David and his team have been able to get for injured clients. $3.5 million for one, $5 million for another, $11.5 million for a client. You need an attorney that will fight relentlessly for you and get you every single dollar. You can call and speak to David right now by calling 855-65-CRASH, or you can always go to the website, getdavidgetpaid.com. That number again, 855-65-CRASH, or on the web at getdavidgetpaid.com.
Great moments last night. Parker Meadows early, Jackson Jobe late, Torkelson with a home run in the mix as well. A welcome back moment for some fans who realized, wait, we can't buy a beer with cash? They hadn't been to a game in 8-9 years. What was your welcome back moment with this team? Because everybody's back on board now. 32,000 last night. Big crowds expected this weekend. Ticket Texter says, for me, the moment Javi Baez went on the DL. The minute he got injured, they switched to young guys. I really locked in, taking the fam to the game on Sunday. Mitch says the Jim Leland ceremony was his welcome back to the Tigers moment. Texter says, the moment I realized Baez was done for the season, I was all in. There's no way he's the starting shortstop next year, right? Dennis in Allen Park. The bandwagon was out in full force last night. 06 revisited. People getting back out there. John and Shelby, you're on 97.1.
Hey, I got to take you guys back prior to the All-Star game. There was that Dodgers series. I ended up taking my kids on that Friday. That entire series, I remember selling out, and the environment there was unbelievable. It felt like a playoff series, and they actually had one of the best. I think it was one of their best series. If you guys recall that Saturday game too, they made that comeback in the 9th inning. That was my moment. And I started paying attention all the way through, even through that little slide they had after the All-Star break.
Right, because post-deadline they had that initial skid right after the trade deadline, but then things perked up right after.
Yeah, and Skubal pitched that game, and I'll tell you what, that felt like game one of a World Series, and hopefully we can repeat that again.
That would be awesome.
Be the favorite on the other side.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Gail and Romeo, you're on 97.1.
Hi, guys. My moment this year has been Kerry Carpenter coming back and Baez going away. 100%. This is a young team. They have bonded and regrouped, and that has made the difference.
I think you can look at both of those moments, and there's certain things that happened for the Tigers around those that you could directly point to. Kerry Carpenter coming back. What if he wasn't hurt? And Javi Baez, the black hole that has been.
Exactly. It's definitely a great team to see. My husband and I were at opening day, and we're going to be at Sunday's game, and I hope that we're going into the post.
All right, opening and closing the season with the Tigers.
Yes.
I love that.
Enjoying every minute of it.
Have a great time.
And that's the key here. Enjoy this, people. I mean, you don't have to be someone who's watched all 150 plus games at this point. You could be someone who just showed up like yesterday to the ballpark for the first time in 8 or 9 years since you've been to Comerica Park. That's
just
allowed.
Don't miss a home run.
Just don't miss a home run. Unless you have to use a bathroom, and then that's a normal bodily function, and it's totally understandable, and no one should judge you for it. Right. But Ticket Texter puts it well. This team is the fashionably late Tigers. We talked about fans showing up late to the party. The team themselves are fashionably late. They're doing it in style at the very end of the season.
Yeah. We just want to make sure you notice that we're here.
Yes. Let's go to Caitlin in Grosse Ile. You're on 97.1. Good morning, Caitlin.
Good morning, guys. I called in just to say how, we were loving the game. We're season ticket holders. We sit in right field. The players are into it. They're talking to us when we're out there yelling for balls. Even DeLuca on the Rays the other day, come up right to us, toss us the ball, but my son's into it. It's fun watching him get to love the sport. He knows the lineup. He knows what they need. He knows where they need to hit. And honestly, the turning point is when Bally's got back on. So now we can actually watch it at home again. Yeah. And it's just been really fun to be into it. He got taken out of school twice. Him and his buddies out in the outfield, right field with their shirts off, getting into the game. It's just fun to love baseball again. That means something.
That's awesome.
It's a cliche, but it's hard not to be romantic about baseball. Well, and at its purest sense, that's what a run like this is about. When 06 happened, I was 13 years old. I had never had good baseball in my life. So these moments are how you hook people.
That's a great point. I've talked about this. My introduction to sports fandom, I was 8 years old when the 84 Tigers happened. That was when I became a gigantic sports fan. And now all of a sudden, when you get a kid that gets to miss school a couple of times, Caitlin's taking her son to the games. Now all of a sudden, I don't know how old her son is. Doesn't matter. Could be 8, could be 13, 14. Now all of a sudden, hey, this sports thing's pretty cool. This is fun. Now all of a sudden, you've hooked that next generation of whether it's Tigers fans or just simply sports fans.
And it's not just for kids. Like Parker Meadows talked about getting goosebumps as the crowd stood for the 9th inning last night. The entire 9th inning for Jackson Job's major league debut. This is a guy who's a major leaguer, a big leaguer, and he's got chills because of the environment the Tiger fans created last night. And when you're a part of that, whether you're an 8-year-old or whether you're 22 years old sitting in the outfield, like
it'll capture you.
It'll capture you. Let's get to James in Tecumseh. You're on 97.1.
Good morning, gentlemen. I want to give a player that you guys are going to be surprised, all the props in the world, and that's Torkelson. How many runs do you think he saved at first base by making all those scoops that he's made and not letting the ball go down in the right field corner? The man may not be doing that much with the bat, but I tell you what, his glove he's a Golden Glove player. His defense has saved a lot of runs.
He's made a couple plays in the last couple weeks that have been impressive.
It's been all year, even before he went down.
James, it has not been all year. I don't want to fight you because this is a nice time for our baseball team. He's nowhere near a Gold Glove first baseman. Nobody.
I think so.
James, I think he's played well lately. Yeah, I think he's played well lately.
I think he deserves some credit because he could have put his head down and never came back.
It's a great point.
I agree. I 100% agree with that. When you are faced with the circumstances and the pressure that Spencer Torkelson has faced, being legitimate or not, and you get sent down to AAA, you struggle there, and then you finally you make some adjustments, you come back, and with his glove and with his bat, he has been better since coming up from AAA. It's not easy to do.
And one more thing, guys. You remember St. Louis, how they got into the World Series? They were basically 500 when we lost to them in the World Series.
Yep.
This team reminds me of that. We're not going to be too far over 500, and we're making our stretch. So don't count the Tigers out when we make the playoffs. It's been done before.
Yeah, I love it when they make it, and they're going to clinch it any day now. Magic number's 3.
Yeah,
you get hot. The whole thing was don't let the Tigers get hot. Now it's don't let the Tigers stay hot because they are red hot right now and nobody should want to play this baseball team.
If you want to talk about a guy that has come up from AAA and should be considered, won't be, but should be considered in the Gold Glove conversation, it's Parker Meadows.
Correct. And it's just because he only played half the year.
Right.
But he's every bit impactful defensively.
Yeah.
We've got time for one more. Talmas, you're on 97.1.
Hey, I was calling, but my moment was when the Tigers played the Yankees for that Little League World Series game. ESPN, obviously they're gonna give a lot of flowers to the Yankees, and Tigers are, a fairly young team. But I think them coming back in the bottom of the 9th on national TV and stealing that game away from them, to me that gave them a lot of momentum, finishing August and then going into September.
That was the moment for me. I'm
August
right there
18.
with you. Yeah, that Sunday night, all the young kids up, youth movement's in effect. You take 2 or 3 against the Yankees. You do it in
dramatic fashion, extra innings.
Fashion. Yeah, exactly. AJ's brought that up too. I mean, there's a bunch of moments, and it's a good conversation. The Tiger manager joins us next. It's 97.1.
Brought to you by National Benefit Plans. The Tigers inch closer to a playoff berth with another victory. Spencer Torkelson driving home 3 runs, hitting his 10th homer. He, Meadows, Green, Perez, and Dingler all had RBIs in the 7-1 win against Tampa Bay. Top pitching prospect Jackson Job also made his MLB debut to chants of his name by the 32,000+ at Comerica Park. Yeah, look good closing it out in the 9th. Detroit's magic number is now 3. Minnesota did come back from an 0-3 deficit to beat the Marlins last night, so that's where it stays for now. The Tigers go for a sweep of the Rays this afternoon. Elsewhere, the White Sox are staying stubborn, not wanting to officially make history yet. They won a second straight game against the Angels and remain at 120 losses. Detroit gets 3 versus Chicago beginning tomorrow night at home. And the Red Wings pick up a W in their first preseason game, scoring 3 unanswered goals, including one from Lucas Raymond Dickerson on a power play early in the third. 4-2 was the final in Chicago. Ville Husso and Sebastian Cosa taking care of the goaltending duties in the opening exhibition. Cosa a perfect 10 for 10 on saves. From the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
Tigers have won 8 of their last 9 baseball games. They are in the playoffs if the season ended today. The turnaround is incredible. We are joined by Tiger manager AJ Hinch. Good morning, AJ.
Anything going on around here in Detroit?
It's
AJ,
a lot of fun.
The atmosphere was incredible last night. I know you spoke about it after the game, but just even reflecting the next morning, what was it like to be part of that?
No, it was incredible. And the day before, we ambushed the city with, a time change because of the rain. We didn't want to lose Scooball. We had the day game. The crowd that came out was loud. And then last night, it was really electric. And it kept building as the game went on. And then, again, I said this last night, I don't know what it's like to be Jackson Joe, but when you walk into that stadium or walk out of that bullpen and you hear your name and you see the video and the emotion that came with this fan base who's been anticipating his debut for a while, that was as electric a moment as any that I've been around as far as debuts go.
So we've had, obviously, opening days where the ballpark has been filled, but this is different. And you've been in this situation before, but now you're seeing all of these young players witness this for the first time. What's it like from your perspective to watch Parker Meadows, Riley Green? I mean, I'll go right down the list, but watch them experience last night and a playoff run for the first time.
For sure. And, I think, a lot of people who have played in Detroit or managed in Detroit or been around the Tigers talk about how Comerica lights up whenever this team is relevant and good and playing good baseball. And we've seen flashes of that in my time here. But obviously it's very meaningful when you're playing for something and the fans, ignite this emotion and the pride, the joy, this journey, and our players are responding very well. I'm most impressed by our team, obviously the way we're playing, but more importantly, how we're taking all this in. Like, our guys are unfazed and are really all in on bringing a winner to Detroit. So I love every bit of it. We need to finish this off. Obviously, we have 4 games, and we're going to stay grounded, but I have to say thank you to the fans for making this special and the players who aren't ready for that to be the only story. We really want to continue to check off some wins.
As the season goes, goals change, expectations change. We've asked you this, and always the answer is, hey, it's 1 of 162. But now there's only 4 games left. Do you guys have the discussion of what it takes to clinch the postseason? We use the magic number. Do you guys talk about that?
Yeah. We don't talk about it. We're aware of it because it's kind of thrown at us every day now, and I don't blame fans or media or the excitement. I just, I'm the manager, and it's literally the definition of my job is to manage the players and manage their emotions and their expectations. And, yesterday we had a mediocre work day before the game. We had a couple coaches that changed the tone on our work product. We have to keep pressing forward. And the one thing we talk about every day is how to beat the opponent that day. And that doesn't always resonate with fans or probably your listeners or the way that the emotions want to draw to this playoff race. But it is the way that you stack wins and stack good performance. And you talk about, good baseball for 2 months. We didn't do that in August by looking towards September 25th, 26th. We're not going to do October until we get to the finish line. And I just want everybody to understand, we know what's going on. We are aware of what's going on. We're excited. But all we can really focus on is today with Tampa and trying to beat the Rays team for the 3rd time.
Yeah, we talk about how this team has done this, and at the trade deadline, it was a rotation that wasn't complete. It was a bunch of young guys who were unproven, and you guys have tied this all together so nicely to go on this run. And AJ, I think it's only fitting that I ask you a follow-up question. Do you think you're doing a good job?
I mean, I wasn't going to bring it up because I didn't want to revisit that timeline. You guys hit me at a low moment during the middle of that season. But,
it's a long season, AJ, and yeah,
I think we're all doing our part to push this thing forward and play well. Obviously my staff and the players and the office. I mean, we've continued to churn the roster and we've continued to stack good days on good days. So I'll take where we're at right now, but I'll take it even better if we can finish this off.
I think one of the jobs that everybody has talked about is Chris Fetter. I'd love to hear your take on what he has been able to. It's not just him, but he gets a lot of the praise for what's the job that he's done with the young arms and the way that you've worked the bullpen, group effort days, whatever you want to call them. Your thoughts on Chris Fetter?
Yeah, so he's amazing. And obviously there's a lot of people around this city and Ann Arbor who know exactly what he brings to the table. But he's a constant influence on, our pitching and our plan. And really one of the foundational parts of his program or his belief or his way of coaching is maximizing the strengths of the player. And that fits in so perfectly with this organization and obviously me and my staff, because he wants to grab whatever the guy does well and maximize that. And so whether that's, an emotional kid like Cater Montero last night, like he's beaming with emotion, he's got to be the guy that balances him out. On the flip side of that, there may be somebody who's a flatliner who he needs to kick in the rear. And so he's incredible at figuring out what is the best version of that player and going and optimizing it. And so he's understated, he's quiet, he doesn't like credit. Every time I mention his name in the media, he kind of looks at me like, man, you have to bring me up again. But he is obviously a huge part of our success, along with a bunch of guys underneath him in the pitching department all the way through the minor leagues. But they feed off his leadership and his consistency that he shows up to the ballpark with every day.
Talking to Tiger manager AJ Hinch. AJ, Scooble, will you use him on Sunday if you guys have already clinched a playoff spot? In other words, would he pitch for seeding, or at that point would you say you just want to line him up to pitch a playoff game one, assuming things are clinched?
Right. So Tarek is lined up and planning to pitch on Sunday if we need it. Obviously we've talked briefly about what kind of scenarios could be in play if we need him to pitch on regular rest, which would not be uncommon. But if we need to get into the playoffs, he will absolutely pitch. If we need seeding, I think it's unlikely that we would use that weapon for seeding. We would shift towards a different start, but we haven't really talked, that directly about it because it's just not consistent with how I've preached to this team to be where your feet are. But I understand the question, but let's hope it's not an issue and we can just do our part before that.
So, I mean, if you're focused on today and the game against Tampa today, what's it going to take to beat Tyler Alexander? What's the game plan look like to get a win today?
Yeah, so it's, we know him well. I mean, we faced him earlier this season. This will be the first time he's back in Detroit, and he is a beloved person. So we've got to channel our emotion and sort of the inside jokes and the inside knowledge. I mean, this guy's been in our clubhouse before, and I love Tyler Alexander. I mean, I hate him today, but I will love him after the game, especially if he can miss middle to a couple of our guys. But the thing that we need to do today is kind of what we did yesterday. I like how we jumped out to the lead. We get good pitches to hit. We hit the ball really hard yesterday. And I think today, like most days, is gonna center around our pitching. We've used a lot of resources in the last week, and I wish I could push the reset button and have everybody available, but it's going to be a different combo today to get to the finish line, and it all starts with Reese Olson. I'd like to get him to the middle part of the game, and then you may see Casey Mize, you might see Kenta, you might see Bo. Obviously, Foley, Vest, those guys can go. So we have a different path to the end of the game, but it's going to take, given that Reese is not quite fully built up as a, 90, 100, 110 pitch starter, it's going to take a couple guys to pitch well to beat Tampa today.
AJ, I want to go back to Jackson Jobe just for a second. the decision for him to come up, what went into that, and what do you think he can bring, not just for this week? I know you don't want to think beyond, but clearly what he could bring to your baseball team just moving forward.
Yeah, Scott and Jeff and I talked about Jackson being an option on the road trip, and Scott brought it to me one day and said, hey, I think Jackson should be in play. I tried to kind of channel my emotion and be super calm about it, and I was like tomorrow? And he's like, no, he's got to pitch on Friday in AAA. We're going to challenge him with a few things and then, get through the weekend and we can bring him up. And I think what that signals to me is an organization that's all in on trying to give us the best resources to win. And we're in a great position to have a special ending to this season and this regular season. And Jackson can be a part of it. Like last night, as an example, we got to get his feet wet. I wanted it so badly to be a perfect scenario for him. It was about as perfect as it could get. I didn't anticipate it being the ninth inning. I also didn't anticipate the chance from 32,000 people to welcome him to Detroit. But I think he brings stuff. He brings adrenaline. He's really hard to hit, as seen by his minor league performance. And so we need to test him this week to see if he would factor in if we make the playoffs. So he's eligible to pitch. I'll probably give him a day or two off. I don't want to treat him like a true reliever yet, and try to get him in the series this weekend and have him feature his stuff. I mean, it's a plus across the board, plus athleticism, plus arm, plus stuff, plus fastball, cutter, slider, changeup, like you name it. He's got the weapons to be good, and I was really impressed by his calmness last night. He didn't really look as nervous as I thought he would, or as I would have been as a 22-year-old pitcher coming and pitching in the big leagues for the first time. So first box checked, get him in the game and see how he responds. And now we'll throw another challenge at him this weekend.
Before we let you go, we do this exercise all the time. Like, who gets the most credit for where the team is now in the resurgence? I don't want to ask you that question because I'm sure you won't say yourself. You won't say it. You'll probably put it on the players. But what have been some of the key components that you have seen that has allowed this team to be where they are now?
Yeah, the reason that I think it's hard topic or hard question is like I could fill up the rest of your show with people in the organization who have touched this, this build and this section of baseball success. And that's because there are front office members who you'll never hear about who are doing a ton of work to help the coaches. There are coaches in the minor leagues who you've never heard of that are working with these guys either on the way up or when we reset them and send them down to the minor leagues. And then there's obviously the forward-facing group in the big leagues, who we get a lot of notoriety or attention. And so it is, it's not just like words when we say it's, the entire organization has a fingerprint in what's going on. I mean, I look at, when we traded for Trey Sweeney, I had to look him up too and see, I remembered him as a Yankee minor leaguer who played against us in spring training. And you start watching video and you realize why the organization traded for him. And given how this has gone, I'm sure I'm glad that a shortstop who was ready for the big leagues is part of that trade. So there's just a lot of people who have, influenced, building this foundation and building this section of the season. And there'll be plenty of time to thank everybody. And hopefully I can out some of their names and get a lot of people the credit they deserve, because it's not just the people that you hear from or the people that you see.
Tiger manager AJ Hinch, everything feels like it's aligning for this baseball team. Look forward to talking to you again soon, all right?
You got it. Take care.
All right. It's 97.1.
Hey, looking for ways to level up your fitness? Well, the YMCA is always welcoming new members with no contract and no joiner fees. Now, I'm loving the YMCA family membership with access to indoor pools, Les Mills group fitness, hundreds of machines, all with free child watch while you work out and for less than $3 a day. And today, you can go and try the Y for free. Visit any of the 7 Metro Detroit locations and get a free guest pass. Learn more at ymcadetroit.org and find what moves you today.
Another win for the Tigers. Dan Dickerson on the call.
Magic number's 3.
AJ referenced the chants for Job.
Yeah.
Right. When you go to a game, you know certain chants, like Jared Goff is a chant you know you're going to hear at Detroit sporting events, right? Or let's go Red Wings. Like everybody knows the chants. Nobody knew the Job chant. It just kind of happened. Someone just starts going, Job, 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 Job. And then the entire crowd, I guess this is the chant. We're all going to do it. And it just was like a very in the moment, cool experience for Tiger fans last night. 32,000 people. We've done what's your welcome back moment. It could have been last night when you showed up to the ballpark and realized, I can't buy a beer with cash at Comerica Park. Yeah, it hasn't been that way for years. A lot of new faces at Comerica Park. It could be any of the many moments along this miraculous route for the Tigers. 248-539-9797. AJ had a couple interesting comments, one of which is they're not going to pitch Skubal if they've secured a playoff spot on Sunday. It's not going to be about pitching him to get a different opponent. Mm-hmm. They'll sit him if they don't need him to pitch on Sunday. He also, about Jackson Jobe, echoed the point that this is the organization essentially going all in, using all their resources at this point in the season, which I think we all say,
go for it.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes.
Yeah. He also used the term foundation. You know,
I didn't pick up on that.
Oh, yeah. He said, when it's knowing that the foundation is there, that you're going to go all in at this point. And, I mean, I think it's very interesting to hear AJ's perspective, and you can hear his excitement. Like, he was genuinely excited when Scott Harris came to him and said, yeah, what do you think about Jackson Jobe?
Like today?
Exactly.
Tomorrow? The next game? Immediately?
It's Christmas today.
Yeah. Can we open the presents?
Yeah. It's excitement about the signal that it's not just the players. It's not just those in the clubhouse, managers, coaches. It is the entire organization saying, here we are. Let's go.
He also humbly declined to answer the question if he was doing a good job or not. I think it's pretty obvious at this point.
Well done. And credit to him for...
He's got a great sense of humor about this.
How professional he is every single time. We've talked to him after some tough losses, some tough runs, and now to get the chance to do it after some wins, he's the ultimate pro.
Yeah. We got Heather's news. We've got football questions coming up with the Thursday touchdown. But let's start with Heather. What's going on?
Let's talk about Shohei Ohtani's historic 50th home run ball.
Yep.
It is heading to auction, and the starting bid, $500,000. Just the starting bid.
Just to begin, yeah.
Woo! So the ball has been authenticated by the league, and it's being auctioned through Golden, which is kind of part of eBay. So it's going to be an auction just like an eBay auction. So bidding opens to the public on Friday, $500,000 to start.
And you can do it online.
You do it online, and if you want to just buy it outright, you can for $4.5 million. Okay. And then they say if bidding reaches $3 million before October 9th, that purchase price of $4 million is out the window. You can't do that. So kind of like how eBay runs, this is so crazy to me, because as I'm reading this, I was like, wait, I'm still not fully comprehending that this guy who caught the ball is going to get a huge chunk of money. Because we talked about this and I was like, I'd probably just give it right back. Not being so naive to the amount of money that something like this could actually make. $4.5 million?
But Heather, there's a lot of people who think like you. They get caught up in the moment. It's one of their favorite players. Like when Miggy was going on the run. Oh, of course I'd give Miggy the bat or the ball. It's millions of dollars potentially.
Oh my! But to me, if I was confronted by somebody of authority, like from the organization, that's like, man, we really need this ball back. It's going to Ohtani. Like, here's what we'll give you. I'd probably be like, okay, well, I don't want to cause any drama or confrontation. Here you go. But now when you hear these numbers, what?
Yeah.
I see why.
I'm curious
I'll
to
keep
know
that ball.
the details as well. Like, what does Golden? What's the percentage that they take in the final? If it goes for, let's just say $4 million, do they take 25%? And the guy gets $3 million?
Either
way, that's a lot of money.
Sure, it is.
Yeah, I don't know. But it does sound like they say this was the easiest deal that they made, that this guy contacted them through social media the next day after he caught the ball. They sent a security guard down to get it. Next day they were back and it was up for auction. So very, very, very easy deal, which is incredible. Fans paid up to $1,000 for this Bridgerton experience in Detroit on Sunday. It was supposed to be a night of dancing, live entertainment, exquisite refreshments, and enchanting surprises. There was even a $2,000 cash prize for the best dressed attendee. However, what they got really was more of a joke. They got scammed, really. There was no cash prizes. There was no alcohol. There was some entertainment. There was a single violin player and a stripper as well, complete
at
with
the same time?
Probably.
That would be impressive.
Yeah.
Well, no.
What
The
type of
violin
tune?
player wasn't the stripper.
No.
So-
Oh, wow.
Well,
Yeah, that would be.
That's how I interpret that. Would be incredible.
No, yeah, it's same individual.
That would be quite the
No, I was just
entertainment.
wondering what the music the violinist was playing as the striptease was happening.
I'm not sure it all went together. There was no chairs. People had to sit on the floor, and they're in these like really elaborate gowns. And one of the attendees says that the entertainment was just downright inappropriate. So the organizers did issue a statement acknowledging that not everyone had the experience they anticipated, and I think they are working on making things a little better.
Clarifying question. This is for adults.
Yes, that was an adult speaking. It was
Okay,
not a child.
Yes.
Yes, it was for adults.
They sounded very young.
Yeah. The Pistons will be sporting new jersey patches. On Wednesday, the Pistons and Detroit-based StockX unveiled a multi-year corporate partnership. And so it's going to say StockX right there on the jerseys. I wasn't aware of what StockX was. Did you guys know of it?
No, I've heard of it. What is
you
it?
have? See, I never even heard of it. It's really exploded in popularity. It's like an online marketplace. You can buy really anything: sneakers, apparel, accessories, collectibles, things like that. And it's cool that it is a Detroit-based company, which makes it even better. So they're going to be replacing that United Wholesale Mortgage patch that's been on the jersey since 2021. This is brand new. They unveiled this at this little like Detroit kickback party. Jalen Rose was the host. They also had Big Sean was a surprise performer. Pretty cool. And they say the goal is with this partnership is to extend beyond the court and do a lot of community things as well.
By the way, Big Sean, I think, throwing the first pitch today.
Oh,
to the
there you
Tigers.
go.
If I saw that right on social media. So
cool.
There's your connections.
On Tuesday night, the Orioles clinched a playoff spot for the second straight year. And as expected, the team, celebrated with champagne and beer like they always do. But there was one person that celebrated a little differently. 20-year-old Jackson Holliday had his own non-alcoholic beverage station.
Little sparkling
It
water.
was complete with bottled of, it was baby bird bath water. It was in a little bird bath for him waiting there.
Orioles.
There was also a toddler-sized number 7 Holiday jersey waiting for him and a letterboard that said "Baby's First Clinch Miss 2024."
Love it.
It's funny.
Cute.
Yes.
It's Heather with the news. Coming up next, it's the Thursday touchdown. 7 questions for the upcoming football week. It's 97.1.
This year, FanDuel is giving you a chance to win big every Thursday night with FanDuel Squares. It's the same Super Bowl Squares game that you've always known, only it's way better because you don't have to wait for the Super Bowl. That's because your numbers aren't just randomly assigned. You get to pick them yourself. You can pick as many as you like, and you're going to get to see the odds beforehand, and you can even bet them during the game live. So what are you waiting for? Visit FanDuel.com/Jansen and bet on Squares. Plus, if you're new to FanDuel, you're going to get $200 in bonus bets guaranteed when you place your first $5 bet. So have some fun with the Squares. And if you're new, get $200 in bonus bets when you place your first $5 bet. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Jackson Jobe. Everybody at the ballpark waiting to see him last night.
Mm-hmm.
Saved him for the 9th inning.
Glad you can make it.
I enjoyed it, John. Thank you.
Good. Yeah.
Thanks.
No urges at that time?
No, John, I had relieved myself much earlier in the baseball game. For those that missed it, I didn't even think this would be something I would
have to defend yourself for.
Yeah. Went to the game last night, first inning. Went to use the restroom. Missed the Parker Meadows first inning home run, first at bat of the game. And I thought,
the question is, though, why didn't you think of it before you sit down? It's like getting in the car with your kids and you get 20 minutes down the road and they all say, Dad, I gotta go to the bathroom. Really? I reminded you before we got in the car.
Yeah, but they never had to go then.
Yeah, I didn't have to go then, John.
Exactly.
Heather knows.
Thank you, Heather.
We had a couple beers before the game. I thought I was fine. You settle in, and then you go, oh, no. So I figured, hey, just get it out of the way.
Yeah.
And
nothing could possibly happen.
Nothing. Here's the other thing, John, and I didn't tell you this earlier. We built a little parlay because you go to a game, and the first leg of the parlay was a scoreless first inning. So I go, okay, nothing's going to happen in the first. I'll go use the bathroom, settle back in.
So you even lost a bet?
I lost the bet, too.
And you missed the home run?
And missed the home run. I heard Dan Dickerson's voice echoing throughout the men's room.
Never trailed in the game, and you missed the start of it.
Yeah. It's okay, John. It's
okay. Oh, it's okay for you.
You know, this is the third time, and I do think this is the lesser of the three, that you've dropped something kind of just in passing, and it's like you don't think it's a big deal. And obviously the big one was Where's Bronner's?
Yeah, I own that.
That you didn't in your entire lifetime ever notice a billboard and go, what's that? The next one was Canada. You've never been to Canada. And then you go to a game you haven't been to. You went to one other this year. First one as a fan this year?
Yeah, first as a fan this year.
And you don't watch the home team bat in the first inning.
You say that as if it's like this sin to miss the first at bat of the game.
I would just choose to. I would miss the very first at bat of the game because I don't know how somebody's like bladder could fill up that much in a half inning.
Right.
Well, it wasn't like I would die if I didn't go in the bottom of the first.
Then
It's just that's when I first noticed it and just
Why-
take care of it. Because what difference does it make if it's the second, third, fourth? You got to go. You go use the bathroom. You don't wait until it's like a problem. You just go use a bathroom. You're an adult.
You wait until the other team's hitting.
Yeah. You wait till the second inning. You're like, oh, I feel something happening.
I mean, judge away. I didn't think it was like sacred.
You missed an opening home run.
Especially Meadows, just the spark that he's provided.
Yeah, and the fact that where they are now, if it was any other game, if the Tigers hadn't been on this run and you just said, you know what, I'm going to go down September 25 and catch a game. Okay, fine. Like you just, there's nothing special to it. But all of a sudden now everybody's on the edge of their seat anytime the Tigers are at bat. Wasn't a schoolboy start?
I would say the story's been more pitching than hitting, but yeah, fine. I'm not going to take away from what Parker Meadows has done or what Torkelson did later in the game or what any of these guys have been doing.
It's just a little surprising because you had bypassed all the bathrooms on the way to your seat. And then, what was it, 15 minutes into it? Yeah. All of a sudden, I guess I'll just miss the Tigers at bat. It seems a little surprising to me.
Ticket Texter says, Costa, you're fine. If Meadows struck out, you went to the bathrooms, guys wouldn't be saying anything.
Yeah, but he didn't.
Right. Texter says, is Cookie Stoney reincarnated? Ethan from Flynn.
I think that's kind of where it was very Stoney behavior.
We need to clarify, Stoney's still alive. Reincarnation typically works when someone dies. As far as we're aware, Stoney is very much with us.
Yeah,
but Greg made the same point.
Grandpa texted in yesterday.
Yeah, exactly. But Greg made that point earlier. He said this is Stoney behavior.
Yeah.
And somehow we're back on my bathroom habits. No, we want to talk fan behavior.
Yeah.
Let's talk about what happens in Oakland with these fans out at the Coliseum.
Oh, yeah. So Oakland is faced with a tough situation today. Tonight, when they lay their heads on the pillow, they will no longer have a professional sports team in their city. No more Golden State Warriors. That ship sailed a little while ago. No more Raiders. And now no more A's. They will be in, Sacramento? For 3 years before they eventually move to Vegas.
It's a mess.
It's all weird. Yeah. Anyway, the Oakland Coliseum, especially for those that have been out to California or in the Oakland area, it's a landmark.
Yep.
Just like some of the Tiger Stadium here, the LC, I'm not LC, the Joe. Like, there are some venues where you're like, I would love to have a little slice of history.
But typically that's coordinated by the team.
Well, so it normally is. And there were some fans yesterday before the last game, which is today, that were trying to remove some seats from the Oakland Coliseum.
Yeah.
They were stopped by security. They're obviously not going to put them back because they're all rusty seats anyway.
Right.
But when the Joe was being dismantled, I had a buddy that lives up north, couldn't come down, and wanted to know if he had ordered a couple of seats, if I could go pick them up for him. It was one of the coolest things I've ever done. Pulled up to the Joe, and they had it well organized. You pull up, and you actually pull all the way through, and you're looking at all of the writing on the walls, the Stanley Cups, the paintings, all that stuff, and you pull right out to center ice. They loaded up a couple of seats in the back of my truck, and then I pulled out the other side. I delivered them to my buddy up north, and now he has in his shop a couple of seats from the Joe. So I'm wondering whether it's Tiger Stadium, or I know there are some people that when they redid the seats at Michigan Stadium, they've got some of the old benches, because they're still benches.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have any stadium memorabilia, and what did you do to get it?
Oh, I'm sure people have stuff from the Palace, the Silverdome. I'm sure people. You don't think so?
Well, I'm sure they do, but I mean, the Silverdome doesn't really have the same draw as the Joe.
No, because
or
it didn't
Tiger
have
Stadium
championships,
right?
And, yeah,
you know. So I'm curious. Do you have some Silverdome seats or anything from the Silverdome?
I don't want to gloss over.
Did anybody ever save the troughs?
Oh,
at Tiger Stadium,
man, or the Joe,
yeah.
I don't want to gloss over this. A's fans just decided to take the stuff. Like they have a really contentious relationship with the ownership group out there. They're not waiting for some official, hey, come get your slice of A's baseball.
No, because I don't even know if, the A's owner is he's so detached from the fan base that he may not even offer the ability. May just implode the whole thing. Say, I'm maybe going to take it with me, or you don't get it. But yeah, so I sent you the video.
Yeah, I've seen some of the clips.
You know, the rusty seats.
Yeah,
they're terrible.
It's a dump.
But there are memories there. So do we have any listeners that did the same thing with the Joe or did it with Tiger Stadium? Do you have some stadium memorabilia that you are holding on to, and how are you using it in your house?
I was just thinking that. Like, is it a garage, man cave? Where do you just display some of it maybe? Or do you repurpose it and use it as... I guess it depends if it's like a chair or a seat. Maybe you could get creative with it. What does your buddy do with it?
So he owns, it's a used car shop. They sell motorcycles where I got my Harley. And so when you walk into the shop, they are displayed there. So, if you're waiting in the lobby, you could sit in them.
There you go.
Yeah. So it would be cool. That'd be very cool.
Repurposed.
Put a little sign on it that says, these are original seats from the Joe.
Ticket text 248-539-9797. We have Dear John coming up at the 9 o'clock hour, plus a chat with Tiger manager AJ Hinch. John, we always give you a heads up. The Dear John topics today.
What do we got?
Asking my dad not to bring his girlfriend to a football game.
Oh.
Drinking in front of the kids.
Okay.
A surprise landlord. And they don't love me back.
Oh. Wow. A lot of emotions in this one.
Mm-hmm. It's next, 97.1.
The Tigers have now won 29 of their last 40 games. They're on the cusp of the postseason with their magic number down to 3. A couple of early escapes by Cater Montero in a very short outing. Another flawless bullpen night and 3 RBIs by Spencer Torkelson. A 7-1 victory over the Rays to keep pace for a wildcard spot. Now, as for the scoreboard watching, the entire AL Central won their games yesterday. Yes, including the White Sox, who actually won 2 straight in order to avoid their record 121st loss. Detroit remains tied with Kansas City and 2 games over the Twins. Red Wings hockey is back. They skated against the Blackhawks last night, earning a 4-2 win in their preseason opener. A mix of prospects and NHL lines leading them to a rally late, and head coach Newsy Lalone liked what he saw out of the gate. They'll face Chicago again tomorrow at the LCA. Lions punter Jack Fox won the NFC Special Teams Player of the Week for his performance in Arizona, averaging nearly 50 yards a punt, putting 4 of his 5 inside the opposing 20-yard line. Players are back in Allen Park today to get ready for the Seahawks coming up in 4 days. And the Pistons will have a stock X patch on their jerseys this year. The team and the online retailer announced their partnership yesterday. From the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
Quick ticket text and phone calls, then Dear John. Ticket texter says, who cares? You got to go, you got to go. I bet some of you think steak can only be cooked one way, too. Did Jim eat some popcorn out of the... Oh, come on.
It's very true.
Eat steak the way you want to eat steak.
It's fine.
I mean, I don't like it well done, but if that's what people want, whatever. Ticket texter says, did Jim eat popcorn out of the trash on the way back from the bathroom, too? Having a pee-pee during the first inning of a home game is literally embarrassing. Kelly in Clarkston.
Thank you, Kelly.
And his name is Cookies. What's Motown? Jody in Romeo. Paul on a cell. You have some stories. You're on 97.1. Talk to us about stuff that you took from old stadiums.
Yeah, no, I didn't actually take it, but I have it. Last Silverdome, from their last game, the end zone pylon, I got to the team through one of their auctions. I bought the orange end zone pylon. It's one of the 8 of them. I don't know which one, but I think I spent probably about $150, maybe $200 on it, and got it from the Lions, and they got it with the sticker on it from the NFL, authentic, blah blah blah. I think it's kind of cool. But
and how do you display it?
I have it in my base. I have it on a shelf. My wife, every time she sees it, says, "Can we throw this thing away?"
Never.
Yeah.
Never.
I know when people come over and they say, like, "What is this?" And then you say, "Well, it's from the Silverdome," and they're like, "Wait a minute." I think it's. I mean, yeah, I could have got a helmet or a jersey, but I don't know. I got the end zone pylon from the Silverdome.
There you go. It's very unique.
Barry might have fallen on that pylon for all I know, but I got it.
Well, I didn't mean to imply that you stole it. No, that's very cool, Paul. Appreciate it.
All right, see you.
All right, let's get to Dear John.
All right, we're going to start with this first one. This is about asking my dad not to bring his girlfriend to a football game.
Okay.
Dear John, I'm an only child. My parents divorced 4 years ago, and I've always had a really good relationship with my dad. So here's my story. My dad started dating one of my older coworkers he met through me. They did ask for my permission at first, and I reluctantly said yes. But over time, I began to feel sidelined. June, my coworker, started coming to all of our outings, even to the point where my dad wanted to include her and her kids on trips. Fast forward to last Wednesday, my dad called asking if he could bring June to a Michigan football game, something that has always been a special tradition for us since I was a kid. I said no, reminding him that this was supposed to be our thing. He pushed back, saying he didn't want her to be alone all day on a Saturday. I told him again that my answer was no. He called me spoiled and bratty and said he was bringing her anyway. I stood my ground, saying he could go with her but not pick me up. He said, "You know what? I'm not going." Since then, we haven't spoken. Is it too much to ask him to go to the game with just me? Is it really such a tragedy for her to stay home for a couple of hours?
No, it's not a tragedy. At some point, if this keeps going, the progression of this relationship, she's going to be a part of her life, not just as a coworker, but a lot more. Mm-hmm. And she's going to have to get used to it. However, I do think when you're talking about matters of this type of thing, there are certain moments that are special between child, I'm not going to say daughter, but child and parent. And I think those should remain that way. I went through this with Lisa, where, there are moments that she needs to understand that they're just between me and the kids, and she does. There are other ones, as you continue to travel down this path of life, that you're going to have to start being a part of. It's really hard to pick and choose when those are. For this one, I wouldn't want to have, and Lisa wouldn't want us to have a situation that caused me not to have a conversation or not to be talking to one of the kids.
I agree with you totally. I think even, let's say,
divorce sucks, and when you start to move on, it becomes it's a very touchy situation.
So tough if your parents have gone through a divorce. This woman is obviously a little bit older, right? She's going to tailgates. She's working. Her coworker is now dating her dad, so she's older. I think that she could understand it a little bit more.
She's older. Well, we don't really know that.
That's true.
Although she does have kids.
No, the coworker, the new girlfriend has kids,
Yeah,
not
that's
the
right.
daughter.
Yeah, no, not the daughter. Yeah,
but you meant okay.
Yeah, she's old enough, older than her to have kids.
But I totally think that once in a while, it is so important for any parent to spend one-on-one time with their child, especially if it's a tradition that they've done for a very long time. It's okay to say, hey, honey, stay home. I'm going to go do this with my daughter or my son. I'll be back in a couple hours.
Yes, you're the grown-ups.
Yeah.
Next one. Dear John, when my college alma mater has away games, I host parties at my house to watch with friends. My wife and I have an 8-year-old son, a 4-year-old girl, and a 4-month-old girl. At these parties, we get between 10 and 20 people to show up, including some college buddies and families. I provide food, alcohol. I just want to have a good time. For the game, I told my son he could invite a friend to hang out. I invited the parents too, but they declined. Early third quarter, they show up to pick up the kid, and they were surprised I answered the door with a beer in my hand. I invited them in, but they accused me basically of being drunk. At this point, I was 4 beers in. People had some drinks, but it wasn't over the top. They thought it was a rager. In a post-event text, they said they don't drink and don't bring kids places where alcohol is consumed. Was I out of line?
No, it's your house. You do what you want. I mean, I would probably try and communicate that beforehand. Hey, there are going to be beers here. There's going to be alcohol. I wouldn't just assume that they would think that that was going to happen. But, I mean, if you are taking on the responsibility of looking after someone else's child, maybe you don't drink as much as you normally would. Because it's your house. Mom, dad, was mom drinking as well?
Yeah, I don't know.
So somebody there has to be responsible.
You would hope somebody is. But they've got young kids themselves. This comes down to communication.
Yeah.
Really, right? The parents of that little boy needed to make sure they knew what kind of situation was going on. Clearly, they knew a lot of people were going to be there. Somebody was probably going to be consuming alcohol.
Yeah.
It's not like they got their kids drunk.
No, but you need somebody who is not intoxicated to be looking after a young child, an 8-year-old.
Yeah. I don't particularly drink in front of my kids. But that's my decision. I wouldn't expect that they would go to somebody else's house and not see it as well. It's life.
Yeah, I think there's two parts to this. I think there's nothing wrong with people drinking, watching a football game at their own house or their own party. And I don't think it's problematic that the kids see alcohol.
No, not at all. I don't have a problem with that either.
But I think the second point is someone has to be responsible. If something happened to the kid, you could drive them somewhere, you could take care of them, whatever.
Yes.
Yeah. What's the next one?
Oh, sorry, that's me. The next one, surprise landlord. Okay, so I'm an 18-year-old female and my parents are well off. They own multiple houses as part of our real estate portfolio that they rent out for extra income. I recently started college, and as a present for working so hard and getting into my dream school, my parents gifted me one of our houses that is near my college. Yeah, right?
Yeah, lucky.
Pretty impressive.
Yeah, using words like portfolio?
I know.
All right.
I decided to look for roommates so I could start earning some money. So far, I have 2 roommates and we're all friendly. I didn't want to tell them that I own the house as I thought it might kind of create a weird dynamic between us. And I didn't want them to view me any differently. We split all the bills and the rent with me technically paying nothing. Well, one of them recently found out and I told them everything. Now they're mad at me for hiding this from them and think I'm not only in the wrong for keeping it a secret, but for making them pay rent in the first place. We weren't friends when they moved in, and the whole point of me wanting roommates was so that I could earn some extra cash.
Yeah, she's fine. Okay, I'm guessing that if they're using the terms portfolio and they have multiple rental properties, it's not, even though it's hers, it's not in her name, it's in the name of an LLC. So it's the LLC doing business. And if they're not friends, even if they were friends, that's not something you have to disclose.
No, it's not something you have to disclose, but I do think open communication is always the best thing. Just to be like, hey, I'm looking for roommates. This is my house. Like, why not just tell them that right off the bat?
Right.
Like,
I know she didn't want to make it weird, but she made it weird by not.
Because she's 18. And, I mean,
it's my family's house. I stay here. You guys, those
So
are rents.
I am not paying rent because this is my home.
Yeah, but it's what you're paying is not even a part of the equation. The fact is, okay, what is the going rate for renting a room or a house like they were renting? If they're not paying over, if they're paying the market rate, what does it matter?
Well, I totally agree with that. So what does it matter if she would have said anything? It's all being open and honest right off the bat, so people don't find out about it later, and then you have to be like, oh, well, I didn't mention it because I didn't want this issue.
Yeah, and if you don't like it anymore, I'll find a new roommate. Thank you for your check.
This last one, don't love me back. Dear John, my friends and I were talking about this situation where if you ask someone or you tell someone that you love them, or someone tells you that they love you and you don't love them back, how do you handle it? I would completely freeze and I wouldn't know what to say. What would you do in that spot?
Oh, that's nice.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. Uh-huh. Oh, that's very nice of you to say. I mean, I've always said this, words matter. Don't say something that you don't mean because it only makes it worse. I mean, be honest. And you could even say, I appreciate where you're at. I'm not in that same position. I really like you.
Doesn't feel like there's a great answer here.
No, there's not a great answer, but this is where honesty does matter.
Yeah.
And it saves you heartache down the road. Complications down the road.
You can't just say it back if you don't mean it.
No. And I mean, the look on your face will probably tell the story. If you're surprised that they say, I love you.
Who said it first in your relationship?
Oh, boy. I don't know.
Heather, who said it
I'm
first?
sure it was Colin.
Yeah, I would lean towards me.
So you weren't in this. Well,
I guess I put myself out there for the. Oh, that's nice.
Oh,
what about you?
Kelsey said it first.
Oh, what was your response?
I said it back.
I'm still thinking about it.
That's kind of one
back
that,
to you.
like, okay, as the people that we interview people, like we want to know the answer, or at least assume we know the answer before we ask the question.
Yes.
Don't ask
Yes.
the question you don't know the answer to. That's one where you want to make sure that, okay, if I say this, I'm pretty sure, 99% sure that they're going to say it back.
It's like proposing. Like you want to know you're going to get a yes.
You don't just throw this out there hoping they say I love you back.
And that is Dear John.
Yeah, because then you get the, you don't really mean it. Yeah. You know what? You're right. I didn't.
It's 97.1. Dickerson's call. We'll talk to AJ Hinch coming up 9:35. Ticket texters reacting to Dear John, the life advice. Texters say, I drink in front of my kids regularly. Never to the point where I get drunk.
Yeah.
But I don't leave my kids basically ever unless we have a wedding or something formal kids can't go to. I'm very involved and present. I don't think it's an issue that I drink around my kids.
I don't think it is either. That's a decision I make because some of the things my kids have experienced, but you're fine.
The upset parents are naive to think that alcohol wasn't going to be at the party. Heck, we had beer and wine for adults at all of our kids' birthday parties. Signed, Jeff.
There is some naivety in that, but I also think that you should just make sure that they know, not that there's going to be alcohol or beer there, but one of us, either my wife or I, will make sure that, if something were to happen, we would be able to handle the situation.
Yeah, because the kids' parents weren't there, right? That changes it a little bit, I think. I mean,
if you're coming if even if it's not a game involved, if there's going to be a sleepover at the house, if Jack has a kid over or if the girls have a friend over, I wouldn't want them to go to a house and then find out that mom and dad were smashed the night before. Not that 4 beers is smashed, but
right.
I agree. I wouldn't either.
Yeah.
On the situation where I love you is said.
Oh, boy.
I love you. Neat.
That's neat. Bless your heart.
Oh,
no. Guys, there's 2 different I love yous. There's I love ya, and then there's I love you. Completely different implications, Brad. In Dearborn, be very careful.
Well, yeah, but it's not a I love you. It's more of a love you versus I love you.
The best thing you can
just
say.
like that. Deep voice.
It's kind of creepy. Don't do that again.
There are certain words that just kind of make you cringe, like when somebody calls them their partner their lover.
Oh yeah, that's
just like.
What's your pet name for Lisa? Do you
I
call her like babe?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I don't really have like anything specific. Do you guys do anything?
Bubba.
Oh.
I don't. It used to be babe, and now it's always Bubba.
Is that reverse psychology thing? Bubba seems like a big guy.
No, I'm also Bubba.
Oh, you're Bubba.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Like we're both Bubba.
Okay.
This one says, this kind of feels like an answer from like The Bachelor or The Bachelorette. This is the best thing you could say is, I love you, but I'm not in love with you yet.
It's not you, it's me. Don't say that. Like just don't say anything.
Just silence. Waiting for the
moment
to pass.
What do you say? They said they love you, and
at some point you're going to have to get out of the situation.
Hey,
see you later.
I don't know.
You shouldn't lie, but if you don't say you love them back, you've created an issue.
It's been awkward.
We also had a ticket texture from someone who says they have a brick from Olympia, stays in their toolbox. John brought up stadium stuff that you still have from iconic stadiums. Nick in Novi has a story as well. Nick, you're on 97.1.
Yeah, good morning.
Hey, good morning.
Good morning.
I went to the very last game at Olympia. It wasn't a regular game. They had the old-time Red Wings playing the current Red Wings at the time. So this would have been 79, I think. And it sold out, and it was a cool game. I had gone down there with my sister and her boyfriend, who was an amateur photographer. He's got a really good picture of the outside of Olympia, the marquee. It says, "Thanks for the memories" on it. And so we were sitting in one area. My younger brother and his buddy had gone to the game also, but I think they were sitting on the other side of the stadium. So when the game was over, we come walking out. We're walking across the parking lot. Here comes my brother, and he's got a folding chair under each arm. You guys are probably too young to remember Olympia, but the first row of seats on the glass all the way around, they were just folding chairs. But they were red, they were metal, and they were padded. Really nice seats. There's Olympia Stadium on the back. And he's got one under each arm, and he goes, "You want one of these things?" I said, "Yeah, sure, I'll take it, And I said, "Did anybody stop you?" He goes, "No, there was a lot of people walking out with them because they weren't fastened to the floor or anything."
Simpler times.
Yes.
Yeah.
Rick, it's a good story. Appreciate you calling in. Let's get to Heather with the news.
Okay, so we talked a little bit about this story yesterday. On Tuesday, a doctor's office in Taylor was raided. A 78-year-old doctor was taken into custody, and Taylor police believe this doctor is like one of the worst offenders for pill trafficking in the entire state. Authorities also identified 16 bank accounts linked to this guy, and those accounts contained millions of dollars. Now, on top of that news, police are also investigating why this doctor had a full bedroom in his clinic. Police
I saw
say,
the photo. It's creepy.
Yeah, there was, you could see the bed, but there was also a TV across from the bedroom. There was a plant. There was some boxes, chairs. But they also say there was a camera or cameras placed above the bed where you could see the bed in view. And apparently there has been allegations of sexual misconduct against this doctor as well. They say this guy has kind of confessed to some of the pill issue, but is not saying anything about why there was a bedroom there. And you just start to imagine, and it's not good. A 14-year-old girl in Macomb County is being held at the Macomb County Juvenile Justice Center after she made a school threat earlier this week. So she apparently sent a threatening email to administrators at L'Anse Creuse High School, which is where she goes to school. And even though they're not actually releasing what that threat was, the prosecutor's office is saying, hey, we've got a zero tolerance policy. It doesn't matter what it was threatening, and she's now facing the repercussions. She was arraigned on one count of making a threat of terrorism, which is a 20-year felony. She's being detained, denied bond, and ordered to undergo a mental health evaluation. Shohei Ohtani's 50-50 ball is heading to auction, and if you want it, you're going to have to pay a lot of money. The starting bid is set at $500,000. And, it's expected to go for quite a lot. You could buy it now. Like, if you just, it's like eBay, right? Like, if you just want it, you can buy now for $4.5 million.
Oh, okay.
Just got that change laying around.
Sure.
Yeah.
It's so wild to me. It sounds like the
Make
guy
it part of your portfolio.
My real estate portfolio, yes. Sounds like the guy who caught the ball the next day contacted Golden, the auction site, on social media, said, hey, let's make this work. And they did. They sent somebody, like a security guard, down to grab the ball, got it. And now here it goes, Friday, tomorrow, up for auction.
Smart fan. I know there's the temptation, I'm going to be a bad fan if I don't give it to the player. You caught a lottery ticket. He knew what he was doing, immediately got on the phone, and he's going to get paid.
Oh, he's going to make a ton of money. So despite all the road rage stories I have or the stories of wrong way drivers, Michigan is really low on the list of worst behaved drivers.
Oh, okay, good.
Yeah, so they looked at all sorts of different behavior, whether that's texting while driving, cutting off other motorists, eating while you're driving, driving drunk, putting on makeup behind the wheel. They looked at all sorts of different things, and we're all the way near the bottom at number 44. So apparently we're very well behaved. The worst, Hawaii.
Really?
Yes.
I'm surprised by that.
I am too.
Everything seems so chill there.
Doesn't it? But it's apparently not. They got places to go, people to see, and they're doing everything from behind the wheel. The best drivers, Ohio, Pennsylvania, and Tennessee. I didn't make the list.
Yeah.
Yes.
I was a little surprised that we were
Credibility.
as low as we are.
Me too.
Because we've done stories about how we have like road rage and bad drivers. And
don't get in my way.
I was very surprised. You might have seen the beer commercial where Eli Manning is saying that tailgates are better than the game because you can't lose a tailgate. And apparently a lot of people agree with that. So there's this new poll. About 70% of sports fans say that they look forward to tailgating season just as much as they do holiday season. And 24% say that they've attended a tailgate without having tickets to a game, which makes a lot of sense. But here's the big one. So sometimes the tailgate is actually bigger than the game. 22% of fans say that they've attended a tailgate where they did have tickets to the game, but then decided to bail on the game and just stay at the tailgate instead. Sounds like me.
I was to say, that
is me. I mean, I could have went to any state game, and I never did.
Tailgate was bigger than the game.
It sure was.
It's Heather with the news. Coming up next, Tiger manager AJ Hinch. It's 97.1. Jason Benetti with a hell of a call. Somebody alert NASA. And Carlos Pena calling it. They were in a groove. Everything's going right for the Tigers.
So the broadcast was great, and I thought they did as good a job as you can on TV of capturing the excitement at the ballpark. Now, obviously, you were there, and I can only imagine what it was like amplified in Comerica Park.
Yeah, when I got there, some of the vendors were talking 28,000.
Yeah.
Official attendance was more than 32,000. So again, this just continues to grow the momentum around this baseball team, and it felt
so cool.
And it felt like there was a buzz.
There is a buzz.
Yeah, I'm saying like being there, like the Job chant at the end of the game. Nobody knows what the Job chant is. Job's never pitched here before, and we all just kind of said, "All right, we're doing Job, Job, Job."
Was there a buzz when he showed up in the bullpen?
Yes, people knew. You were starting to whisper. I think that's 21.
I
think he's in the bullpen. Are we going to see him because it's a 3-1 game? And then they went to Holton, and you figure he can go a couple innings. I don't know. Will Vest. I think Foley at one point may have been warming up too for a 9th inning, and I'm thinking, damn it, they're going to just warm him up just to get him loose and then not use him. But the stage was set for the 9th, and when he came out, everybody stood for the entire 9th inning.
Well, and I mean, it was the perfect time to use him, right? It's you got a 6-run lead. If you get into trouble, you can bring somebody else to get him out of trouble. And you had enough of a buffer to get him in there and see what he can do, give him his first taste, and now he just wants more.
And you're like, even if he struggles, it's okay. You have a big lead. He didn't struggle. I thought, is there a chance we'll see 100 on the gun? You get that adrenaline going. He didn't hit 100 on the gun. He's settling in.
That's exactly what I went to. I wanted to see the play-by-play because they post, the entire the pitches and how fast they are. But yeah, he never hit 100. But damn, it was fun.
It's interesting because AJ said it. He was calm, like composed, like as you'd think. Oh, he grip the ball and throw it 100 miles an hour. He seemed to be just kind of settling in, mixing the changeup, throwing low in the zone.
I mean, it was a mere 99. Was he topped out a couple of times? 98.
He dialed back to 98. Yeah, that's what it looked like on the scoreboard. But the first of hopefully many for him. And AJ said to us today, probably not back to back, like a true reliever. Probably not going to make him available today, but we'll see him again this weekend. And then, John, if everything goes well, he should be on the playoff roster.
Oh, yeah, I mean, why not?
Yep.
I mean, you heard the excitement in AJ when he talked about Scott coming to him last Friday and saying, "Hey, should we use these guys, or should we bring up Job?" And AJ's response was, "Today,
right now."
Like, yeah, and the excitement of you never know how anybody is going to make that transition, but the excitement that has surrounded him since he was drafted, and everybody is following. Oh, then there's a little bit of an injury issue, but then he comes back, and he has been working his way up. And we even asked AJ the time before we talked to him, hey, you talked about the process. Scott Harris said, hey, we're not going to skip any steps. AAA, any chance we'd see him. I came away with, didn't seem like it was going to happen, but we also didn't seem like we were going to be in this position.
Well, and that's what some of this has all been about, right? The idea that we wanted to see maybe more urgency from them at different points, right? They have tried not to put too much pressure on these young guys. Try not to have too much urgency, right? Find that balance. And AJ said Joe being here is essentially, I'm putting words in his mouth, but that they're all in. He said we're going to give them all the resources. This team's got all the resources possible to make a run at this. We got the guys standing by.
No,
Gate A?
not right now.
Oh,
No,
okay.
no,
I thought the head nod was yes, we have them there. All right. Well, anyway, John, the idea here, though, is that they are finally all in.
Yes.
Right? I mean, some of that would have been, should they have added a bat? How did they handle the deadline? Why was Baez playing so much? The reality is they got to a low point in August, called up some young guys, didn't put the pressure of the world on them, and as they started winning, were very careful not to go all in terms of the mentality.
Yeah.
One game at a time is something that AJ, and he acknowledges. I know the listeners don't like hearing it. I know it's boring on the radio. It's what we've done, not putting too much on anybody's plate, not asking guys to be anything more than who they are, setting guys up to pitch that lefty-lefty matchup. Or if this batter struggles with sinkers and ground balls, we're going to put the ground ball guy in. We're going to put everybody in a position to be successful, kind of put the blinders on, and just worry about today. And that, I think, has helped them.
There's no question it's helped them. And now the task is going to be, how do you keep those blinders on? How do you worry about just today? Because we are talking about the magic number. you'd have to be living in a vacuum, which is impossible right now, especially at the stadium when everybody's got the buzz and all of a sudden the scores come on and the Twins are down in the first inning and the crowd cheers. Like, I've got to imagine that's what it was like.
It was. They showed that 3-0 early in the game, and everyone's like, there we go.
Yeah.
It's happening.
Yeah. You start the day off, the magic number's 4, see what you're doing, you know it's going to be 3, and then if the Twins lose, it's going to be 2.
Yeah, I thought there were so many little moments that add up to make it a really special night at the ballpark. One is obviously Jackson Jobe at the end. It's a couple home runs from some young players, Torque and Meadows. It's also some of the fans that made their way to the ballpark for the first time, not this season, but in several seasons. It was Johnny Kane on Bally who talked to some of the ushers and the vendors who said fans were confused why they couldn't use cash, which hasn't been a thing at Comerica for several years. And Johnny said some of these fans hadn't been to Comerica in 7, 8, 9 years. And they decided, you know what, I want to be a part of this. And I'm not shaming them. The more the merrier. Get on board and enjoy this.
I want to know what it's like downtown right now. And I do believe that we have Doug and Gator, at least one of them. Oh, guys, what's the buzz down there?
It's
early.
I don't know if there's a buzz yet.
Nothing yet. I was going to say 10 a.m., maybe a little early.
Yeah. But it's supposed to shape up to be a really nice day for what that's worth.
Yep.
Okay.
So nothing yet. But
we're excited.
We will let you know as soon as people start to show up and how they're behaving or misbehaving.
I mean, Doug's buzzing.
I'm buzzed.
Oh, okay. Little Bloody Mary?
I wish.
Well, it's something with Frappuccino.
I wish there was something. Wish there was something. But yeah, we're kind of scrambling to get set up here. So,
all right.
It's a bit of a gong show right now. But we weren't supposed to be here, and then they said, "Come on, let's jump on board." So here we are.
What's been the tenor of the fans this morning?
Excited.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we were asking people what was your welcome back moment. Oh, that sounds beautiful.
I mean, seriously.
Yeah. That's not a leaf blower.
They're dragging a barrier.
Oh, okay.
It's always something.
Something new today.
Yeah.
Always something.
But people had all kinds of moments. I mean, a woman called in and said her 2 kids are in the outfield and taking all this in. They were young kids. This is kind of their first exposure to really good baseball. It's those stories that you realize that really loop people in and rope people in that we've missed for so long.
Yeah, it's been a minute since this team has been relevant, since this team has been good, been interesting, and we have an amazing stat we'll open the show with.
Oh, a stat.
Amazing.
Stat.
I like to say a data point. So we're gonna give you an amazing data point as it pertains to this team and what they're doing right now and how it's special.
I don't know if I like it referred to as a data point because I don't think we get to use the sounder if it's a data point of the day.
Well, we can do whatever you want, but we'll get to that to open up the program.
Carson Anderson next. It's 97.1.
Hi, Scott.
Hi, Doug. Listen, this is we're here for a reason.
Yeah.
This is like playoff atmosphere baseball.
Yes,
right?
it is.
You got over 30,000 people end up walking through the turnstiles last night. It looked like a tremendous standing room crowd for people that wanted to see. And who'd have thunk it to see the Tigers take on the Tampa Bay Rays?
Yeah.
In a late September game. Oh, does this have meaning? Is there something important that happens if the Tigers keep winning?
Do you remember how we felt about the Rays organization like the last couple of years?
Yes.
How these guys are always managing to pull off incredible feats.
The Rays as an organization are incredible in that they draft well, they sign international players, they develop these players, they bring them up to the major league level so they can stay competitive in arguably one of the toughest divisions in baseball, if not the toughest division in baseball. Somehow they find themselves in a playoff hunt almost every year.
Yep.
And then when it comes time that they're going to have to pay these guys, then they have to trade them, and they always get value for those players, and they just cycle, rinse, repeat. It's unbelievable, and yet here are the Tigers kind of doing something similar to what they have done, the Rays organization, in developing your own players, bringing them up in time, and now we have this incredibly young, incredibly exciting team to watch, and it only got younger and more exciting last night in the ninth inning when Jackson Jobe entered the field.
Oh, God. I got to credit Bally's for not going to commercial break.
Oh, that was awesome.
Bravo.
That was so awesome.
They just decided to show the TV audience what was going on down here. And it's something that people couldn't be here, wanted to be a part of. And look, it's a rookie debut, and we'll talk about debuts and that, we've been a part of in our time. But that was really, really cool. And, he may play a role here in these last 4 games. He may play a role in the postseason should the Tigers make it. But it's not they don't need him to do what they have done. He's could be an asset for them, and I'm glad they're testing him out. So we'll see what it leads to. All right, here's my data point. The greatest 40-game stretch, maybe in sports ever, was our Tigers, right? 1984.
Right, 35-5, Doug.
Since August 10th, the Tigers, everyone talks about how they're the best team in baseball since that time.
That's right.
They've now played 40 games. They're not 35-5.
No, they're not.
They're 29-11.
It's pretty good.
But given this constellation of players and the fact that 2/3 of the season was already in the books, you can make a case that this is more impressive, that this is more magical, that this is more special. You can make that case. 35-5 is so astronomically off the charts good that it's hard to really wrap your head around that actually happening, but it did. But so is this. And while they're 6 games behind the pace of the 1984 Tigers, since they started this turnaround, 29-11 over these 40 games, and this is the data point I was referencing.
Data point.
Is this as magical as 35-5? Or is it more magical than 35-5? Or does nothing touch 35-5?
It's hard to touch the 35-5 start. I mean, you got a no-hitter thrown in there, although the Tigers almost had a no-hitter thrown in there.
Yes.
It's just tough. I mean, that team, obviously, wire-to-wire World Series champs. Number of great players on that team. They had the MVP, the Cy Young winner, Willie Hernandez. He was also the MVP. I mean, it was just – that was an exciting team, and statistically was just kind of a crazy team because actually, in a way, this team is similar to that team. That team, even though they have all the name players that we could list off, everybody who's old enough can tell you the entire starting lineup and all that.
Yep.
It's not like those guys were chock full of players on that team that were hitting 30 home runs and driving in 100 runs. In fact, if memory serves me right, there's only like 1 or 2 players in that team that even played more than 150 games.
Yeah.
Everybody else was like, they had their roles. I mean, they played lots of games, 120 games, 130 games, but it's not like what you would have expected, particularly when you go back to that era of baseball when you had, people that were starting these great streaks of playing 162 games. You had 2 closers on that team, Aurelio Lopez and Willie Hernandez, that between the 2 of them, they had like 300 innings pitched from 2 bullpen guys that were your 8th, 9th inning guys.
Yeah.
It's unheard of. It's just statistically, it's kind of crazy. But, I mean, that team was much more heralded than this team. This team has come out of nowhere to do
Absolute
what they've done.
nowhere. Absolute nowhere. And that's why I love making this comparison between the 84 Tigers and this team. That 84 team did it at the beginning of the season. This team is doing it at the end of the season. And when you start thinking about 84, they've been kind of working their way up. You could see that they might be pretty good. And it wasn't a total shock that they were good. It was a shock that they were that good. And just an insane streak. Since August 10th, 40 games, 29-11, this is a shock. This is a shock. And we've gotten to the point where we can talk about reasonable sample sizes. They have indeed been reasonable. This is a reasonable sample size, and they indeed are as shocking. And there's so much to love about this. We'll get into last night's game. We'll preview today's game. We'll take your phone calls. People who were here last night, love to hear how the experience was for you. Is anybody, they told the story at the end of the morning show, how there are people showing up at Comerica Park saying, what, you don't take cash? Which they haven't for years because people haven't been here.
That would be me.
What do
You don't accept cash.
So Tigers get a win last night, and now magic number's down to 3 with 4 games left. And that 3 is important because if you're Minnesota and you say, great, the magic number's 3 and they have 3 games against the White Sox, that's not awesome if you're Minnesota.
I don't think that comes to their minds. Honestly, it's hard to win games. You got to win them when you can. You can't count those chickens before they're hatched. And
hold on. Maybe the Twins themselves don't think it. I bet the fans and the media see it.
Well,
I know we would. If I was in Minnesota, I'd be like, crap. So Tigers this close to wrapping this thing up. All right, a few things. We got Tiger baseball this afternoon. Got the Wide Night Omaha 4-Down Raleigh blitzing every Thursday at 10:30. Got Loser Chooser at some point today. AJ Hinch was on the morning show. We'll bring you the best of what he had to say. Scott Harris was on a podcast recently, Tigers GM. We'll like to bring you that as well, time permitting. It's going to be a busy show. And, of course, if you want to see what it looks like, go to twitch.tv, search up 971 The Ticket. Same thing on YouTube, and you can see our broadcast location and where we are broadcasting from here outside of Comerica Park, getting you set for Tigers and Tampa. Going up against a former Tiger, Tyler Alexander, today, as Detroit tries to inch ever closer to a postseason bid. It's Carson Anderson, downtown Detroit at Comerica Park here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, Sarah Chevrolet in Sterling Heights is ready to celebrate football, fall, and the best deals of all. Right now, you can get into a brand new 2025 Chevy Equinox for just $332 a month with $19.99 down. It's a 2-year lease on an Equinox LT front-wheel drive for just $332 a month. Unlock the savings with a GM employee discount and current lease in your household. Equinox is redesigned for 2025 on the exterior and features a bold new dashboard with double digital displays. And Sarah has a huge selection on the ground to choose from, those and a lot of others, including EVs. Sarah Chevrolet, Sterling Heights, where they guarantee the lowest price or it's free. 17.5 in Van Dyke and Sterling Heights. Make this the summer to save. And Say Sarah. Call 87-SAY-SARAH or go to saysarah.com. Together, let's drive. You know, we've been through such a long drought of our teams not being competitive. The Lions broke that drought by going to the postseason last year and competing at a high level. Prior to that, they haven't been to the playoffs since 2016, and they got pretty much smoked by Seattle in that game, 26-6. The Red Wings' last postseason appearance was 2016, lost to Tampa 4-1. Pistons, how about this? The Pistons' last playoff appearance was 2019. They got swept in that series. Before that, it was 2016. They got swept in that series. Before that, it was 2009. They got swept in that series. And the Tigers, of course, has been since 2014. It really feels like that Tiger team in 2014 was the last team that really harbored legitimate championship hopes. And not just for the Tigers, but for all Detroit teams. You can argue that maybe that Lions team, but that 2014 Tigers team feels like the last team for me that we actually went into the postseason feeling like there was championship hopes. We didn't think the Pistons were going to win the championship or the Red Wings were going to win the Stanley Cup. Maybe, and then the Lions came along last year, and that team kind of took us out of that drought. And now this team might make the playoffs too. And look, there's a long way to go and lots to be played, but it's fun to be back in the mix like this, man, with two of our teams.
It's a ton of fun. And, you know, right now it's as much as I'm excited about the Monday night game here in Detroit against Seattle, I'm all about the Tigers right now. How good is this team? We don't know. You know, it's interesting. I wrote my notes before the show that during this crazy stretch we've seen since like middle of August, they put together different stretches where they're 7-3, 8-2 during 10-game stretches or whatever. And we're like, when we talked about them on the air, we said, look, they're playing really well right now, but this is an average baseball team.
Right.
But then they put together like 3 and 4 of those stretches in a row. Right. Where they keep doing that for segments. Like, okay, the stretch is over, they just lost. And then they go out and win 5 of the next 7. And then they win, 4 of the next 5. And I'm at a point now, Doug, where enough of saying that this is just an average baseball team playing well. Because they've done it for this long.
They've done it too long.
This is a good baseball team.
Yep.
All right? I'm not going to say they're a great baseball team. Prove me wrong and show me you're a great baseball team, but this is a good baseball team.
I'm starting to think they have a great I feel most confident saying what's great about them. I think their bullpen is great. I think Skubal is great. I think their outfield is mimicking and maybe great or just mimicking a great outfield, but they've done it for long enough that I'm believing it more and more and more. And every time Parker Meadows goes 3 for 5 and leads off a game with a home run, I buy in a little more. And I think their defense is great.
And this is how they're playing right now because we've had stretches this year where we go back to July and we talk about the team. And you know what we didn't say? That the bullpen was great.
No.
We didn't say that.
Nope.
You know, we didn't say that the defense was great
nope.
because it wasn't. But since the middle of August, things have clicked, whether it's the message being sent through to the players or the players just hitting their stride and finally kind of figuring things out. And here you go with the right mix of bringing the guys up at the right time. I don't know. It's just this confluence of tremendous events that has led this team to where they're at right now, which is being considered now a good baseball team. This is not an average baseball team. This is a good baseball team. They've proven it by taking care of the Baltimore Orioles in 2 series, winning both of those series. And, you know, last I checked, how's Baltimore doing against the Yankees?
Oh, they're doing well.
Oh, is there something happening?
We check the box. Here comes the fire truck.
There's a helicopter.
Yep. And a helicopter at the same time. Whenever we are at Comerica Park, without any exception.
All right, so we had guy dragging the guardrail.
Dragging the barrier.
Yeah.
Dragging a barrier in front of our stage.
Yeah.
Fire truck and helicopter.
All right, check.
Still waiting on lawn crew.
Yep.
Last time there was actually literally a marching band. There was a marching band.
That is not a lie.
No, it's not. 248-539-9797. All right, let's get to your phone calls. Matt, you're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Matt.
Hey, what's up, guys?
What's
going on, Matt?
So, I was 2 things. I was at the game last night. Atmosphere was electric, and it was really good. I really enjoyed it. And I'm going to get tickets for another game in one of the White Sox games. And then the second thing, this is off Tigers topic, but a couple of weeks ago, probably a month and a half, you guys were talking about video games. So I've been up since 5:30 in the morning, and I finally got into a queue to get the new PS5 Pro, and I was one of the lucky ones because they're only making $12,000, and the price, I'm sure your son Karsh is not going to want to get it. After taxes is around like $1,500.
What?
It's a 30th anniversary one, so it looks like it has the colors of the PlayStation 1 and all that. But I wanted it, and so I've been up since 5:30 waiting to get that in the queue, and that just made my day better along with Tiger.
Wait. You have money left for Tiger tickets?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, all right. Just want to make sure.
I work for Google, no kids, girlfriend, but no wife, and I always have I save my money, so I have a certain.
So, you know what you're saying. You're void. Yeah. You're void of money drains.
My man.
I've got multiple money drains. You have none.
Yeah, I got a money train, and after it put a dent in it, but I can't wait till it gets here.
You don't play guitar, do you?
No, I do not play guitar.
All right,
I used to play Guitar Hero.
Wow, that's different. You'd have a whole different kind of drain if you had played guitar, so that's good for you.
Hey, thank you for the phone call, Matt. Enjoy your time down here at Comerica Park when you make it down. 248-539-9797. People who were here last night, watched last night. I mean, an electric. When Torque hit that home run, here comes the helicopter again.
Yeah, well.
When Torque hit that home run.
You got to land and then take off. You can't just,
All right.
We're going to be shuttling people back between the Rensen and Ford Field all day long through our helicopter shuttle.
Well, the budget for the helicopters.
Kindly go to the app. Download the app.
Anyway, when Torque hit that home run and Gibby just went, oh, and then Carlos Pena, did you hear what he said? He was like, Yata. Whatever it was.
Palakata.
Is that what it was?
It's what he does after home runs. I love Carlos Pena.
I love it.
And then they show the view from the booth of those guys, and
they're
Carlos
going
gets
nuts.
up and high fives Gibby. Gibby was ready for it. He high fives Benetti. Carlos is jacked.
You know what's great though? It's true of the broadcast crew. It's true of AJ Hinch. It's true of the Tigers. It's true of us. I now know what the actual authentic expression of disbelief looks like, because even though we're living it, everybody's face has that kind of look of disbelief. Like, no, this is really happening. This is really happening.
The home run was incredible.
Oh.
I mean, it was.
What was it?
Palakata. When he called it, I mean, I don't know if it was the hardest home run to call because Torque had some good swings, and I'm watching the game at home, and I'm begging for them to pitch him a little inside. I'm like, please God, give him something inner half of the plate, because Torque will destroy it if you do. And he's catching up to things. He's got this if you do it, and then lo and behold, there it is.
And I like the play before the play. Like right before that, he just barely fouled off a 2-2 pitch.
Yeah.
Just barely got his bat on it. And then the pitcher, because I backed it up, I said, let me see that 2-2, the first foul off again after he did it. And I wanted to hear Gibby's, whoa!
Yeah,
when he hit it. So I back up the broadcast, and so I see the 2-2 pitch get fouled off just barely. And then they cut to a tight shot of the pitcher. I can't remember who it was. And he's looking at it, he's going, no. And I'm like, yeah, you shouldn't have shook off those first 3 pitches, because whatever you threw is about to go yard.
Yeah.
And it did.
And bye-bye baseball.
Palakata. All right, we swing around the NFL next with the Wide High Omaha 4-down Rally League Blitz thingy, then back to the Tigers here on Carson Anderson to Comerica on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, if you got a leaky foundation, it's putting your home at risk, it's time to call Brickworks Property Restoration. They'll assess your foundation, pinpoint the source of the problem, and give you a custom solution to keep your home dry and safe. I get it. Unexpected repairs, they can be a hassle. Brickworks makes it easier with 0% financing for 12 months or low monthly payments to fit just about any budget. They are locally owned and operated. Don't wait. Just visit brickworksmi.com today for a free quote. That's brickworksmi.com. Your experts in foundation repair, brick restoration, tuck pointing, chimney services, and more, because nobody works like Brickworks. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket outside Comerica Park. Tigers taking on Tampa this afternoon, a game you'll hear here on 97.1 The Ticket. Magic numbers down to 3 for this team to clinch a playoff spot. I can't say that enough. We'll talk about what is ahead for our Detroit Tigers a little bit shortly. But first, let's swing around the NFL.
It's now time for the Y9 Omaha 4-down Around the League Blitz.
I won the toss yesterday during the college version, so Gator, you receive. Kang, you ready to go?
Here we go, boys. Gator, you're up first. Sam Darnold is 3-0. Justin Fields is 3-0. Malik Willis is 2-0. Andy Dalton 1-0. All as starters. Which one is the most shocking to you?
Well, to me, it's Andy Dalton. And, I'm not a big Sam Darnold guy, but we've talked about it before the season began. Minnesota's offense is fantastic with all the weapons they have to work with, and what Brian Flores has done with the defense is great. So it's not Darnold. Justin Fields, I've always had faith in Justin Fields. Plus, he goes to a winning organization. No kidding. He's done well. And Malik Willis, it came down to Malik Willis, honestly, and Andy Dalton. But Willis, again, in a great situation with Green Bay. So, for me, it's Dalton. The Panthers are horrible. And they go around the road and beat the Raiders? Huh? It's Dalton.
So the question is, which is the most shocking? Why is Malik Willis on this list?
Because, I see what you did.
And you said Justin Fields is now with a winning organization. Are you implying that he left
a crap organization?
Yeah.
Yes.
It's Darnold to me. He started 7 games the last 2 years, and it looked like he was entering the journeyman backup phase of his career. But if this holds up, this will be his best career completion percentage for a season, the most yards passing he'll have in a season, and the best touchdown to interception ratio he will have in a season. So I'll say Sam Darnold's the most shocking to me.
Yeah, they're all pretty shocking, but I'm going to go with Andy Dalton. Because I think the shocking part with Andy Dalton is also that Bryce Young got benched. Andy Dalton was never going to be the starter to start this year. The whole offseason, training camp, preseason was to get Bryce Young ready for this season. Week 1, week 2, right? And then all of a sudden, no, Andy Dalton, you got less than a week to prepare. And not only do you prepare, you go out there and throw a great game. You upset the Raiders, 1-0, and it might be their only win of the season. I don't know, but to me that was the most shocking so far. But that's the NFL nowadays. You never know what's going to happen. All right, who's more overrated, Joe Burrow or Trevor Lawrence?
I'm going to say it's long-haired Daniel Jones, and quarterback rating can be a wonky thing, but if you look at quarterback ranking, and it's early, Trevor Lawrence is 26th in the NFL right now in QBR, nestled right in between Will Levis and Deshaun Watson. Burrow's still top 10, but this is the most damning thing. Jacksonville is averaging 13 points per game. So I'm going to go with Trevor Lawrence.
It's Trevor Lawrence. I mean, he was the guy coming out of college, one of the greatest college quarterbacks you've ever seen. Everybody was waiting for him to come into the NFL. He goes 1-1, as he should have, based on what he did in college. But he looks completely lost. And, again, this is another dumpster fire of an organization they have down there in Jacksonville, and that's why it is. I mean, at least Joe Burrow is taking his team to a Super Bowl, and they have expectations there. I don't know what they're expecting in Jacksonville, but they're terrible.
Yeah, both guys, first overall picks, but I'm going with Trevor Lawrence as well, Gator. I think that he was the one. There's been a lot of quarterbacks going first overall because that's the league now. You got to build around a quarterback. But he was the one guy who was like, hey, this guy's can't miss. He's Andrew Luck. He's Peyton Manning. And he has missed so far. He's 1-1 with a 1-1 playoff record. He hasn't really done anything. He's incredibly disappointing. Joe Burrow, I think, is a bit overrated as well, but he has been to a Super Bowl. He's kind of living off that Chiefs win in the playoffs. He's going to have to do something eventually more than what he's done so far. But as of right now, Trevor Lawrence, the more overrated quarterback for me, and he's getting paid a ton of money as well. What team or player has been the most disappointing 3 games into the season?
Well, for including injuries, I'm going to go with Christian McCaffrey, and it's because this went from he scratched, like a late scratch in the opener to no idea that there was anything, okay, so he's going to miss a game. When you're flying to Europe to get it looked at, you're going to Germany. Now I'm super curious. This mysterious Achilles injury sounds like it could be season ending. I don't think you're going to Europe to be back this coming Sunday. So I think it's this McCaffrey out of the blue possible season-ending injury, and then the consensus number 1 overall fantasy pick.
I mean, for me, it's the Cincinnati Bengals. Every year since the Super Bowl appearance, they're expecting to be back, and now they're 0-3 to start this season. They just lost at Washington.
Yeah.
I mean, seriously, they just lost at Washington. This is a team that has no defensive identity.
Wasn't that game in Cincy?
Was it in Cincy? My bad. It was in
Yes,
Cincy.
it was in
Even
Cincy.
worse.
Yeah.
Good God. But they have no identity on defense. Offensively, I mean, I like Joe Burrow. I think Joe Burrow is good, and they showed they can put points on the board, but they just can't do it as a team. And so, each offseason you got a chance to fix your deficiencies. They did not. They're 0-3. To me, it's the most disappointing thing in football.
I'm going to go off the board a little bit. I'm going to go star tight ends. Travis Kelce, Mark Andrews, Sam Laporta, Kyle Pitts, George Kittle's hurt. Where are you guys, man? Missing posters for all these guys. I know it's only 3 games into the year, but they've been disappointing to me so far. Things can change. Of course, other teams' game plan around these star tight ends, but maybe age. You can't say that with Laporta and Pitts, of course, but they have not put up the numbers that people have expected them to, and especially when it's, quote-unquote, supposed to be a passing league and everyone wants weapons, those star tight ends have been missing so far early in the year. All right, the top 4 highest-paid quarterbacks are currently 1-9 as starters to start the seasons. Are quarterbacks overpaid?
Oh, my God, yes. They are way overpaid. There's no way that one position on the field should make nearly twice as much as the next closest position when you talk about quarterbacks. It's gross. Frankly, it's just gross. It's bogue. It's all those things. But unless you put a cap on position groups, this is just going to be the way that it is. I mean, it's like people forget that a quarterback can't do what he does unless there's an offensive line there in front of him to protect him. A quarterback can't do what he does unless a wide receiver, a tight end, or running back are catching the ball. A quarterback can't do what he does unless a running back is getting yards on the ground and continuing to move the sticks down the field. Yes, he is the unquestioned leader of the team and should be paid more than most, if not all, but not by the amount that they are.
So it's interesting because I thought, ooh, wow, let me do a deep dive and take a look at this. And what I realized is, yes, in terms of average annual value, the top 4 are Dak Prescott, Jordan Love, who else, King? Who are the other 2?
Trevor
Dak
Lawrence
Prescott,
and Joe
Jordan.
Burrow.
Thank you very much. But their average annual value is spread out over the course of the contract. Right now, outside of Dak, the other 3 aren't taking up a huge percentage of the cap. Dak's taking up 17% of the cap this season. The other 3, Burrow 11.63, Love 8.13, Trevor Lawrence 5.88% of their team's cap. So their contracts, the big money's next. So they're not taking up too much money of the cap. I think it's worth keeping an eye on, but I don't think they're overpaid.
I do think they're overpaid, but it's almost like you have no choice in this league. Or do you? The first question I gave you guys was Sam Darnold, Justin Fields, Malik Willis, Andy Dalton, all undefeated as starters. If you build a good team, you don't need to pay that much money to quarterbacks. The issue is, though, the NFLPA, they're smart. They're trying to get their players paid, and they're paying quarterbacks way too early because you do kind of have to, because you need at least a decent quarterback. And the thing is, if you're decent to above average now, you're going to get paid as a quarterback. But I go back to, or do you really have to? Because look at the first question with all those other quarterbacks. Build a good team, build an offensive line. Maybe you can do this a different way, and everyone's been doing it, the wrong way and spending too much money on one position. So, but yeah, I think they're getting overpaid.
Be Pittsburgh.
All right, Mel Kiper hates cover 2. In fact, he hates cover 2 so much, he wants it banned from the NFL. That's right. He thinks safeties should only be able to line up so far off the line of scrimmage or else it's a penalty. Do you agree? Should the NFL ban cover 2?
Okay, I love Mel. I really do. I just think Mel is morphing into the I'm an old man and I don't care phase of his life, and it's okay. I'm not there yet. I will be someday. Valenti's been there for 20 years, but I'm not there yet. But that doesn't mean I don't respect the opinions of people who are. And obviously, I think Mel is kind of there, like he's like, F it. I'm sick of something, so I'm going to overreact, and he just doesn't care.
Yeah, this is just strange. I mean, I've always thought if somebody's come up with a new way to do something, figure a way to stop it. That's what your job is to do. So the offenses need to figure that out, and they will. They'll figure it out. I don't know if it's just that, Mel lost in a Madden tournament, and he sees cover 2, and he's like, why guys doing cover 2? Why aren't you doing Tiger Blitz? I don't understand what Tiger Blitz is. But he's pissed about it. Let him rant and rave. It's not going to change anything.
So rule changes, contrary to popular belief, they're not made for competitive balance. They're made for entertainment. And this is in all sports, whether it's basketball, baseball, the shift, hack-a-shack, zone defense, hockey, whatever it is, icing. They do this because, is this entertaining for people to watch or not? And Mel Kiper wants longer passes, deeper bombs, right? And that's why he hates cover 2. I don't think it's an issue for entertainment, though. The ratings have only gone up every year for football. You run the ball, you soften them up, make the safeties come closer to the line defense, you throw the deep pass. The only thing that matters in the end is entertainment. And I don't think it ruins the entertainment right now. You leave cover 2 as it is. It doesn't make it any harder to watch. I think people still love football. I think Mel's completely overreacting. But I don't mind thinking out of the box to make things, more entertaining for the people. All right, last one, guys. Jaden Daniels' first touchdown pass was to an offensive lineman, Trent Scott. But it was also Trent Scott's first and maybe only NFL TD of his career. Who should get the ball?
I mean, this is a fun question to answer, but you got to split it somehow. Make it a hybrid football and turn it into 2 of them. Because, look, obviously Jaden Daniels is going to have plenty of touchdown passes in his career. He'll have way more. But for the offensive lineman, this is like, how else do you get a keepsake as an offensive lineman unless something like this happens in your career? Oh,
that take was so hot. Here comes the fire truck.
Another fire truck.
I'm going Trent Scott. How many other chances is he going to get to keep a football? Jaden Daniels will have consequential footballs in his career to keep. Trent Scott, this is it. So I give it to the O-lineman.
Oh, Trent Scott all day. This guy might not even touch a football the rest of his NFL career. Jaden Daniels, and also, of course, it's special. It's your first NFL touchdown pass. But to show your true leadership, unselfishness, you give the ball to your offensive lineman. That's the guy who's protecting you all day, the big uglies in the trenches. Show him some love, man. It's only one football. Don't worry about it. You threw touchdown passes, in that game, let alone the rest of your career. So Trent Scott gets that ball, man.
And there it is. That concludes the Wide 9 Omaha 4-down around the league blitz thingy. Back to Tiger discussion next. We're outside Comerica Park as the Tigers try and sweep Tampa today and cut their magic number to 2, leading into a 3-game series with the White Sox starting tomorrow here at Comerica. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, it's Doug for the University of Michigan Credit Union, my new credit union. UMCU is the official debit card of national champion Will Johnson. They've teamed with Will Johnson from the Michigan Wolverines. He had that huge pick 6. You saw it last week. To celebrate this winning combination, UMCU wants to share some of the excitement with you. They're offering exclusive fan benefits like giving you a chance to have a pick 6. Intercept your debt with an MVP checking account. It's an unbeatable offer that saves you 2% interest rate on your existing loans. Open up a checking account, set up direct deposit, and transfer your existing loan. That's it. 2% savings can start to add up real quick. Football is in full swing. I'm encouraging you to become a member at UMCU and intercept your debt before the clock runs out. They have been servicing customers for over 70 years, and signing up is easy. Just visit umcu.org. Some restrictions apply. Visit website for full details. Insured by NCUA. people starting to gather around here at Comerica Park, waiting to be let in for the Tigers and Rays final game of that series coming up tonight, and of course, or this afternoon rather, and you'll have it here on 97.1 The Ticket. Tigers trying to cut their magic number down to 2. God, I want to keep saying that over and over and over again. Hopefully they can close the deal here and secure a playoff spot. It's interesting, if they make it, they right now are lined up with Houston, but how much more would you rather play Baltimore, given they just won a series in Baltimore?
Honestly, I don't care.
Don't you?
Nope.
Okay.
Not at all.
They're 2-4 against Houston this year, 4-2 against Baltimore, and I bet more Tiger fans would roadie to Baltimore than they would to Houston.
Probably would.
Yeah.
I mean, if I had to pick one, it would be Baltimore. I think just the travel time is cut down.
Do you think they can turn Camden Yards, if we make it, into what they did with the Arizona Cardinals
What
Stadium?
the Lions fans do?
Yeah.
No.
No?
I think
Can we get a
baseball is-
Jared Goff chant going in Baltimore?
That can happen. I think it's really tough to do that in baseball. I just don't think baseball fans travel
I hear you.
like football does.
I hear
but-
you. Make it first. Make it first.
Yeah.
Christy is next on 97 on a ticket. Hi, Christy.
Hey, gentlemen, how are you today?
All right,
great.
Christy.
Good. Hey, so I was at the game last night, and I've been to a lot of Tiger games in my day. I was in 2006 World Series, and it was absolutely electrifying. I had goosebumps the entire time. When Jackson Jobe came out, the stadium just went absolutely crazy, and it's just like everybody said, everybody was on their feet the entire ninth inning. And I just love that I get to celebrate the Lions and the Tigers and get ready for the Red Wings. I can't remember a time like this, ever.
It's crazy. It's absolutely crazy.
It's been a while.
Yep, and like we just pointed out at the beginning of the show that probably the 2014 Tigers were probably the last team to really compete for a championship until last year's Lions team. And now the Lions are competitive at a level that is unprecedented, and the Tigers right now are out of the blue ambushing baseball and ambushing their own fan base. Like, it's been a month. I mean, we did a topic yesterday, and we had it perfectly by a listener. Who's your Tiger since last Thursday? Because it's been such a short period of time that people have been like jumping on board. But talk about a group of players that are winning people over.
It changes on the night.
Yeah.
Different heroes emerge every night. It's great that some of these guys have been pretty consistent, but for the most part, you're seeing somebody else do something special every night. The other day it was Wenzel Perez's turn. Parker Meadows has 3 hits and a leadoff home run. Torkelson hits the home run last night. You get outstanding pitching in the middle of that game when Cater Montero just didn't have it yesterday, right?
No, I didn't.
Serves up the home run, comes out of the game, and, well, it's okay. We just turn it over to Gunther.
Right.
What's the
Gundog
problem?
millionaire.
Yeah, hey, what do we got? Oh, we need Hannafy? We got him.
Yep.
Hannafy, get up there.
Yep.
It's just everybody on this team is playing a role. It's fantastic.
I want to talk about Jackson Jobe here a little bit because, again, if you didn't hear us earlier, credit Bally's for not going to commercial break between the bottom of the 8th and the top of the 9th. So those of us at home that couldn't be here got to see him.
And they had the cameraman running alongside him the whole time, so you got like up close to see him every breath he was taking. And he didn't look like AJ Hinch this morning.
No.
Said he didn't seem like he was anywhere near as nervous as I thought he'd
Well,
be.
what's funny about it is there's sort of this youthful innocence. He's in the clubhouse after the game, and they talk to him, and he goes, that spring training outing I had really prepared me for this. And I burst out laughing like he doesn't know any better. He's like, I pitched with these guys before. And I was like, yes, the intensity down in Lakeland in that game in Dunedin.
Meaningless mid-March game.
Prepared you. No, what prepared you for this is you're a badass, Jackson Jobe. You're a total badass. And he took to the mound, and it was like the perfect spot for him, too, because in the midst of a high-intensity pressure situation, the Tiger team carved out a low-intensity, non-pressure situation by giving him a 7-1 lead.
Well, they get him to warm up, and he's starting to warm up, but he's not warming up like in a hurry. And they were the broadcast made mention of that okay, well, he's not really working up a lather here. He's just kind of stretching it out. And then Gibby had the astute observation and said, well, they might need another run for him to come in this game.
Yeah.
You know, maybe you need to get to that 5-run cushion before you feel comfortable bringing him in. And sure enough, here comes Jason Foley up to warm up because it's only a 4-run lead. And then the Tigers get that 5th run across the board. And then Foley sits down, Job gets back up, and you know he's coming in. So it just built up to this crescendo of excitement. And then the kid comes in the game and pitches as well as he did. Now, I'm sure he would have loved to have 3 punch-outs, but sitting at 98 miles an hour with that heater and getting those other pitches that look filthy and getting, a couple of flyouts and a ground out was very nice. Nice debut.
The other thing is, this season is different when it feels like multiple times this year, what have we had? We've had cutaways of the family whose kid is making their debut. I remember with Cole Keith, Jace Young, Jackson Jobe. It's happened more this year with this Tiger team than I can ever remember in a season. You get like one of those every other year, and we've had multiple instances this year where, Johnny Kane's got to go visit with the family, and we get to see.
I'm here with Justin Henry Malloy's parents. And,
yes. Remember his first hit in Houston, and Dad was all fired up. And, the interviews in the state. That's happened minimum 4 times this year, right?
Happened a bunch.
Minimum.
But those are always fun.
They are.
And in recent years, we've had some fun ones. When Roger Clemens was there watching his kid make his debut, that's the Rocket. He's out there watching his kid hit. That's kind of strange, but okay. It's always great, and last night was no exception.
Now, what doesn't go with an abundance of those debuts is a team in the thick of a playoff chase and quite frankly, so far having success. They got to finish the job.
Yes,
Can't
they do.
say that enough. But what they have done at this point to get to where they are now has been remarkable, all while debuting all these guys that are too young and dumb to know any better. As I like to say, they're in a restricted area without the proper credentials.
Hey, more guys with floppy hair. Get them out there.
Isn't it crazy?
That's what they have. They're all floppy hair guys.
Yes. Believe me, I'm fully well aware having a 17-year-old boy and a 22-year-old boy who have leaned into that haircut. I think anybody out there that's got a kid that's around that age, and it feels like half the Tigers have that bird's nest haircut.
Yeah, maybe I might start thinking of a new do.
I think you should. Oh, dude, do it. And if the Tigers make the playoffs, will you style your hair that way? I'd do it, but I can't.
Oh, I think you should.
I can't. I just got good news. Dan Dickerson is stopping by at 11:30.
Nice. Double D.
Yep. So we'll talk to the play-by-play voice of this Detroit Tiger team, the excitement that he brings us on a night-in, night-out basis. That coming up at 11:30. Scott Harris spoke a little bit about Jackson Jobe on a podcast. We'll get to that coming up at 11:02 here on Carson Anderson outside of Comerica here on 97.1 The Ticket.
Back to work for the Tigers. They're considered 90% in for the playoffs, but they still need to close things out. After 32,000 packed the park last night, they'll play a 1 o'clock game and attempt to bust out of the brooms against Tampa Bay. Opposing Detroit batters will face a familiar face, Tyler Alexander, who wore the Old English D for 5 seasons before joining the Rays. Doug and Gator learned yesterday from Jared Goff that the Lions' hook and ladder play is actually called shake and bake. Working beautifully to score 6 against the Cardinals, Amon-Ra was a part of it and detailed the play from his perspective while on his St. Brothers Bro podcast, bleeped for a lot of content. Yeah, sounded very confident that it would work. Also, scoreboard watching for baseball, by the way. The Royals game versus the Nationals going to begin at about the same time as the Tigers game. The Twins are going to play a later game at 7:40 against the Marlins and are still 2 back of Detroit. And also a former Piston hanging it up, Derrick Rose, done with the NBA at age 35. He played 65 games in the D back around the beginning of COVID. The 3-time All-Star played for 6 total different teams during his 16-year career. He also took out a full-page color ad in the Detroit News to thank fans and did the same thing in the other cities that he's played in. From the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
I got to tell you, Doug, it just smells good down here. People are starting to show up. You can hear the hot dogs going on you can smell the hot dogs going on the grill.
I smell playoffs.
You got the almonds going. Absolutely.
It's awesome. It's absolutely awesome. And yeah, people showing up now in numbers. Gates will open shortly. You can tell that things have changed as they've expanded the screening area, moved it out into the street where the metal detectors are and whatnot.
Well, you know it's a big game when the Gillespie group is out. That's when you know it's a big game. If the Gillespie group is here, it's a big game. It's big time downtown.
Hey, do you guys all work together?
You guys know each other?
Anyway, a lot of excitement down here at Comerica Park.
It's a big group. It's a group of like 30. That's awesome.
Okay, so the story last night, obviously, there's so many storylines. I mean, there's Parker Meadows, the way he opened the game. There's the defense. Wenzel Perez with that running catch that was just, I mean, talk about taking a perfect route to the baseball. He couldn't take one misstep or hesitate. He just ran straight to the one spot he could be to make the catch, and he did. There's the diving catch by Riley Green. There's the home run from Spencer Torkelson. There's more timely hitting. I mean, guys just coming through. And great bullpen work. And then it was all like the icing on the cake was Jackson Job's debut. Now, the weird thing about Jackson Job is for so long he's represented what was going to be our gateway to the future. And he was like one of those guys that we talked about that was the next generation of Tigers. They opted. They opted to make him part of this generation. And maybe he becomes some elite difference maker. Maybe he plays no role at all. But the potential is there for him to be an elite difference maker. Kind of a perfect situation to debut last night in a 7-1 game in the midst of an intense baseball series. Like everything that's going on now is intense. They carved out this little low pressure moment for him to make his debut, and it was fun, man. Comerica Park was on its feet. So recently, Cody Stavenhagen of The Athletic does a podcast, Turning the Corner, one of the fine beat writers that covers this Detroit Tiger team, and he had Scott Harris on, president of baseball operations with the Detroit Tigers, and asked Scott, why call up Jackson Job? And here was his response.
You know, the main reason why we called Jackson up is we think he can help us. We started talking about it on this past road trip. Jackson has already had
Now, I don't think he does things in reaction to what fans say.
No, he doesn't.
Okay? Not even close. But people have been talking, and more. The whispers got louder and louder. The fans were talking about this. Why not bring up Jackson Jobe? I mean, I remember we brought it up maybe more than a month ago about, is it possible maybe this guy, because the rotation is so beat up, do they need to maybe give him a shot? And maybe a month and a half ago, 2 months ago, it would seem ridiculous by Scott Harris because, look, he hasn't even pitched in AAA yet. We're not going to make that jump. But as time has gone on and the Tigers start winning, it's the first point he made. Can he help this Tiger team win? And the answer is resoundingly yes. But the next question is, in what role does he help us win? Is it as a starter? Is it a bullpen guy? And it seems like it's going to be as a bullpen guy because you can manage that a little bit better and maybe maximize what he can do coming onto the pitcher's mound.
Well, he gets into that a little bit here. The question did come up because he was asked about this about a month ago, and Scott Harris said no, we're not calling him up. And we kind of, all right, well, we'll table this idea that we were kind of kicking around with this guy who has been rated as the number one pitching prospect in baseball that's just been dominating at the minor league level. They'll got a little walk happy this year. It started to miss the strike zone, but still got just filthy stuff. So what has changed in the last month? Here's Scott Harris on the Cody Stavenhagen Turning the Corner podcast.
Yeah, I mean, he's not a finished product at this time. He probably will not start any games for us. We view him as a starter moving forward. He's been a starter for his entire career. He's going to pick out a bullpen for us. So I think he's a little bit more ready for that role than he would be for a starting pitching role right now. And the circumstances change. We are entering the last week of the season with one game lead on the wild card with a real chance to get into October for the first time in a long time for this team.
Okay, so what this cost them is Shelby Miller.
Yes.
Who was doing some useful things. So Jackson Jobe came with a Shelby Miller tax. The high end of what Jackson Jobe can be is something we've just seen, and that's Paul Skeens. Now, that's not an expectation. I'm not saying he's going to be that. But that's the high end of what he can be. And if he just so happens that the experts that were raving about Skeens turned and started raving about Jobe, and they were right about Skeens and they're right about Jobe, then damn it, I say this kid should be, if they get him into the postseason and he gets some critical outs for them, yeah, I'll consider him for American League Rookie of the Year. Is that not reasonable?
I think that's totally fair. That's
is that
totally
not
fair.
reasonable?
No, without question. I mean, when he goes, if the Tigers make the postseason, and you look at that stat line, 1 inning pitched, 1 hit, no runs, no walks, no strikeouts. That's your absolute rookie of the year.
But seriously, this is a bit of a lottery ticket, right? That's what it is. It's okay. This probably's not going to win. But if it does,
but can it help?
Yeah.
And he absolutely.
And like in the lottery, you can, if you miss the Powerball, you don't get as much. If you get a few numbers, even if they only get a few numbers with this, and match 3 numbers and get $100 or whatever, that's worth it.
Yeah, it is. But I mean, Scott Harris has taken a lot of grief this year from Tiger fans that have called into the shows. We've heard it. He's taken a lot of grief from some people in the media as well. He doesn't listen to the outside noise. He just does what he thinks is best. And that's what I love about this decision. There's no ego about this. This is just, what are we going to do? We're going to bring up a guy who we think can help. And it's always been that way. They thought Wenzel Perez could help, even though Wenzel Perez wasn't hitting great in the minors. We think he can help. He can play multiple positions. Let's bring him up. And then, call a little lightning in a bottle. He calmed down, and now he's been great the last couple games. They've been able to figure that out with all the players that they've brought up. Nobody has come up and been a superstar. But together, this team is playing like a group of stars.
Again, we'll speak with Tiger play-by-play voice Dan Dickerson today at 11:30. Let's get back to your phone calls. Damon, you're next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Damon.
Hey, how y'all doing this afternoon?
We're doing
all right,
great.
Damon.
That's good. I just wanted to say, and these managers and these coaches in Detroit, they're just blowing me away. AJ has reminded me so much of Dan Campbell, next man up, the depth on both teams. This is a great time to be a Detroit fan. I'm elated. I'm taken away from this. How y'all feel, man?
Well, I mean, very similar to you. You're right. It's competency. It's, coaches and GMs and managers in baseball, they're always going to do things that we second guess. And we try to first guess, like in the moment, did it make sense what they were deciding to do?
Right.
Because that's kind of a fair way to judge. And if it makes sense and it doesn't work out, well, then you can certainly talk about at least they didn't do something ridiculous. But there are times where you can do everything right and still lose a game. You just got to get them right more often than not.
I'm sorry.
It's all right. You just got to get them right more often than not, and these guys are.
They remind me so much of the Lions a couple years ago when things were looking so dim and dismal in the beginning of the season, and then they just took over at the end of the season. It's a great time to be a Detroit fan. Go Tigers, go Lions.
There you go.
Yeah.
And, that was the 2022 Lions.
Yeah, to go from 1-6 to 8-2 down the stretch, be 9-8 on the season, a winning record, have an opportunity at the last second to make the playoffs.
This close.
But didn't. Hopefully it's not the same fate, because this team is in control of their destiny. They don't have to rely on others. And that is key to having a magic number, Doug.
Well, the magic number is down to 3. It's Carson Anderson outside Comerica Park here on 97.1 The Ticket.
Hey, it's great to see our teams in the D back to their winning ways. And it's just like the great team over at Sarah Chevrolet Southfield. Sarah Chevrolet is making sure that the customers win on every single deal. And the deals at Sarah Chevrolet Southfield are unbeatable. You start with the Equinox EV. It's only $178 a month. The Blazer EV, that's only $239 a month. Chevy Trax is $259 a month, and the Chevy Silverado is only $299 a month. Now, all of these unbeatable payments are with just $999 down. The taxes and fees are included, so there's no games and no gimmicks. You know what it is. It's just great winning deals for their customers. If you need more money for your trade-in, Sarah Chevrolet Southfield has you covered. They treat trade-ins like a highly sought-after free agent. Big money. That's right. Huge money for your trade. Up to $2,000 more. And if you're paying too much for service, only to feel like you're into cheap seats, Sarah Chevrolet Southfield will have you feeling like you're sitting on the 50-yard line. Service is open every Saturday. Free loaner vehicles available. No appointments necessary. Sarah Chevrolet Southfield will get you in and out quickly. Sarah Chevrolet Southfield at 696 and Telegraph.
This kid. I mean, yeah, that outing in spring training really prepared me for this. What?
You know what I would love to know? Like, who was on the field that day in spring training when he was throwing 102?
Right.
Who was there on the field with him? Because I'm pretty sure it wasn't Spencer Torkelson, Riley Green, Zach McKinstry, and the rest of them. We know it wasn't Trey Sweeney.
No, right? And
Parker Meadows.
But he was serious. Like, he was serious. Yeah, that spring training outing really got me
maybe.
ready.
Listen, spring training, those games are packed.
No, that is true.
They are packed.
I
And
mean,
if people want it, if they know that they're going to be able to see Jackson Jobe, they're going to show up.
Yeah, there could be 8,000 people there.
Whatever the stadium holds, yeah.
All right, 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your phone calls. Kevin is next. Hi, Kevin.
Hey, how you doing?
All right, Kev.
Yeah, I really like your guys' show. It's I think it's the best sports radio show in Detroit. But anyway, the reason I called was the game last night. I had a buddy of mine give me a call, wanted to know if I wanted to go to the game. I said, yeah, sure. So I went down there, and here we're sitting in the stands. We're right behind home plate, and the game went on, and the game was really good. And and as the game's going on, the guy across the aisle from me, his wife gets up and takes a picture of the aisle, and later on, I found out that it was Jackson Jobe's dad and his mother, and it was. So as the game went on, we're watching him, and we're wondering, is he going to get into the game? Is the game going to play out so that Jackson Jobe could come in? And then, as it got later in the game, I kind of thought that it wasn't going to happen. But then in the ninth inning, all of a sudden, here comes this lady up the aisle with the camera. So I'm thinking that's got to be his dad for sure now. And then Jackson Jobe came out. It was quite a moment. I mean,
It's
everybody
funny.
was standing up. What's that?
Everybody gets excited about the debut of a new player, and this guy's name, it seems like fans know about him. But the reason he was exciting was the next era, except he's kind of gotten pulled through the vortex to this era, to what's going on right here, right now. This wasn't supposed to be when he's making his debut. He's supposed to be an opening day roster. Can't wait. Jackson Jobe's first start in Game 4, and instead, here we are. They're like, you know what? F it. We got a chance to do something special here. Let's see what we got.
Yeah, it was fantastic. I've been following him ever since they drafted him, and I'm just wondering. He came out of high school, so you just wonder, is he going to be as good as they think he's going to be? And then everything you hear about him as it's been going along, it's like this is the next guy, So I was surprised when they brought him up last week as well. But then in the ninth inning when he came out, I looked over and everybody was around his dad all during the game. All of a sudden, everybody cleared out. It was just him standing by himself. So, yeah, it was quite a moment watching him, and then his son went out there, and then, the first pitch, it was something
It's
I'll always
amazing when you
remember.
think. I can't even try to put into words what it would be like to have that kind of opportunity. You're playing baseball, and your parents get to come up for that whole thing, and how proud they must be, and the whole moment for him. And he didn't look like it was too big of a moment for him. He survived it. Maybe things will be different the next time he gets out there, but hey, he's got the first one under his belt. He can move on, gets that ground ball for the first out. Damn near got a double play ball. If it wasn't a left-handed hitter, he probably would have.
So in summation,
Don't do this.
my man sat near Jackson Jobe's parents.
He
last
did.
night.
He
and
did.
it was
He
exciting.
He was right down the aisle.
You know what's funny? We talked about this earlier in the year. When you're on a winning streak, it honestly feels like you're never going to lose again. And when you're on a losing streak, it feels like you're never going to win again. And the waves, these things come in waves. And that's why, even with the magic number at 3, with 4 games to go, and the White Sox coming up next, it's also terrifying.
Right.
Because of the way baseball is. More than maybe any other sport, the way you get hot, the way you get cold, it's not just a player, it can be a team. And that's why this is awesome and exciting, and they feel this close and at the same time terrifying, and why being up 7-1 last night was such a breath of fresh air because they've played and won so many close games. And, you don't want to ever cool off. You don't want to ever cool off. And I suspect that even though they are a good baseball team, in the last 40 games, they're only 6 games behind the 84 Tigers, which isn't remarkable in and of itself. There's still work to be done. There's still work to be done. It looks very good. I'd much rather be Detroit than Minnesota. Minnesota finally broke their losing streak, thanks in large part to a PFP throwing error that broke a tie. That game could have got out of hand early. Minnesota was down 3-0 before they recorded it out and still had runners on base.
Yeah, and they switched pitchers right away. They had to go to the bullpen early in that game. So,
yep.
Credit to the Twins, but I don't care what the Twins do. If the Tigers take care of their business, none of this matters.
Yeah. And tonight, or this afternoon, they're facing Tyler Alexander.
Oh, old friend.
The former Tiger, who started 43 games in Detroit, went 11-23, and his ERA is 5.35 this year. And he's 30 years old. And I'm previewing this game, and I'm like taking a look at the numbers, and I'm thinking, boy, this is a great matchup for the Tigers. And then it occurred to me, you know what would suck right now? Is fortunately, I bet Tyler Alexander is so jealous. I mean, he was here for 4 or 5 years, 25, 26, 27, 28, maybe 29. I think it was 5 years. Now he's 30. And he knows a lot of these guys and has been around this organization. And now he's taking the mound pitching against them. His team, the team he went to, is supposed to be good. And look, I'm not, for the reasons around it, I don't really remember why he left. But it would suck to be missing out on this, wouldn't it?
It would, but hey, that's the game. AJ Hinch kind of said something about that this morning, saying, look, he loves Tyler Alexander. He says, but I hate him today. Hopefully our team, we can put the motions aside, just go out there and play, because he was a really beloved teammate here in this clubhouse, and everybody knows him, and that's all well and good, but we got a game to win. And he's been very hittable this year, and hopefully the Tigers can take advantage of it. One of the things I liked about yesterday, yes, it was a 7-1 kind of running away with it, but they didn't get all the runs in one shot, right?
No.
They spread it out a little bit, and that's kind of cool to see, because you're getting consistent hitting throughout the line.
It has been going very well for the Detroit Tigers. The offense, the defense, the special teams.
Well, how about the base running, right? Like, that's not – don't look past how important it was when Dylan Dingler went from first to third.
Yeah.
I mean, they're doing all the little things right and coming home and challenging. Zach McKinstry coming home and challenging the arms of the outfield, and Riley Green doing the same thing. I mean, they are really hitting on all cylinders.
And another guy, Trey Sweeney. Great thing about Trey Sweeney was the Google search, who's this guy? Oh, he's a throw-in. Right? When they traded Jack Flaherty, the prize, in theory, was Dayron Lorenzo. And instead, the guy that's making the immediate impact was the guy that we all interpreted as a throw-in. Dan Dickerson is here. We'll speak to the play-by-play voice of the Detroit Tigers next from outside Comerica Park here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, it's Doug. I want to tell you about my friends at Michigan Auto Law, especially with the winter season right around the corner. Our roads, well, they're going to get tougher. You know what? I'm hoping you never need to make this call, but if you are in an accident, you need someone who's got your back. That's where my friend Steve and his team at Michigan Auto Law come in. If someone in my family needs help, that's who I'm sending them to. They specialize only in auto and truck accidents. You wouldn't go to a doctor who specializes in all sorts of medicine, so why would you do that with your lawyer? Specialization matters. They care more, so you win more. Michigan Auto Law, auto accident attorneys. Visit autolaw.com. That's autolaw.com. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, and happy to be joined at this time by the play-by-play voice of the Detroit Tigers, Dan Dickerson. Hi, Dan.
How you guys doing?
We're doing great. We're doing
good
real
to
good.
see you guys.
Yeah. You having fun?
I am having fun. I'm officially having fun.
Yeah.
No, I you know what? And I say this to people all the time, and it's absolutely true that
Yes.
Yeah.
All right, we're back at Comerica Park. Take 2 and 3, 2, 1. Hi, Dan Dickerson. How you doing?
Good.
Yeah,
that sounds
really
better.
good.
Yeah.
All right, there we go.
84 Tigers go 35-5 over 40 games. This team in their last 40 games is 29-11. This, in some ways, though, because it was a defined baseball team, you can make a case this is more impressive.
Yeah, I agree. I will never, the
No.
35-5, we're never going to see it. That was ridiculous.
Yes.
But in terms of my years doing this, and since then, let's go since then, just because, yes, there have been other stretches like this where they were hot for 40 games and won more than 30 games, I think, in a couple spots. But where this started is the biggest thing. Those are teams that either had success or were, almost all of them, right, had success, or they were off to a slow start, something along those lines. Not a bunch of kids who don't have a lot of major league experience who started this stretch 8 games below the 500 mark in August.
Right.
And that's what makes it one of the most impressive. And the way they're doing it, and we've talked about it a lot on the air, but it's just so fun to watch this brand of baseball. It's a complete team baseball every game, meaning the base running, the defense. You guys were just talking about it. The good at-bats. It's quality at-bats. The run scoring is only up a little bit in the last 40 games, by half a run. But it's a better offense because of all the work that goes into every at-bat, the bullpen work. It's all of it. The defense. We're saying there are about 4 or 5 plays in every game during this stretch that you can look back to and go, well, if they don't make that play, the whole game might have been different. Just go to Wenzel Perez last night, making that catch in the gap in a 3-1 game in the 4th inning. Those kinds of things are happening again and again. But I feel like, and AJ and I talked about this on the show yesterday, it's a reflection of all the hard work that goes into every day to win one game, and they're buying into that approach, and then their commitment to making sure they're playing the game the right way.
How do we explain this? The pitching that they've gotten since the All-Star break has been ridiculous. The earned run average for the team is I think it's under 3.1. It's amazing, but they've done it with literally 2/5 or at best 3/5 of a rotation. It's one thing to have an opener start every once in a while, but they've had 3 opener starts.
Yep.
For the better part of these 2 months, and they're getting it from guys that did not have a track record in the minors. Gunther and all these other Hannafy and Herter all had ERAs north of 5 at Toledo. But they come here, and they're in between 2 and 3 for their earned run average. How do you explain the big jump that they get from the pitchers that didn't show a track record in the minors, but in the major leagues, they're killing it?
You know what I like is that, the run scoring environment is so different down there, so it's really hard to make sense of some offensive and pitching stats because it's so much higher. It's a full run a game higher. So what I love about the Tigers is that they're looking at, all right, what are these guys working on? What can they add to our staff? What can we do to make them successful when they come up to the major leagues maybe for the first time? Ty Madden had a 7.97 ERA at Toledo.
And that was brought down
it's
his last couple starts.
He did what we needed to see him do over a stretch of 4 starts. And when they realized he's got stuff, now he's in the strike zone, 5 walks, 37 strikeouts in his last 24 innings. He has earned the right to be called up. So they're always looking for, okay, developmentally what's going on. What pitch maybe has he improved? What sequencing has he improved? The pitch pairings, all of that, the game planning. And then, okay, he can help us. Lots of non-obvious solutions to what I thought was I truly, after the trade deadline, was wondering, with Olsen and Mize on the IL, how are we going to get through the month of August? And the fact that AJ and Scott came up with a plan that was like, okay, let's use openers for 3 different guys. I asked AJ one day, I'm like, what do I call this right now? Is it a rotation? He said, well, let's just stop calling it a rotation, call it group effort days.
Yeah.
But everybody's bought in. All those openers who are working 1 and 2 innings at a time have been critical too, but now you're setting a herder up for success. Instead of facing 8 right-handed bats, he's facing maybe a lineup with 4 or 5 left-handed bats. Now he's having success.
I think we can call it an Oprah-ner, because you get an inning, you get an inning, and you get an inning.
Bravo, Scott. Very well done. I made the observation earlier. Last night was another one of those games where Bally's is with a family of a kid who's making his debut. That's happened 5 times this year. You're not supposed to be in contention with your families and girlfriends and sisters
Only
and
5?
moms.
I think it's more than that, but yeah, one thing or another,
how is it that this group of players, with all these guys making their major league debut and another one last night, it just the math doesn't work usually with this formula.
And I think what we're watching, I always remember the answer that AJ gave me when I asked him about hitting with runners in scoring position last year. All that goes into that. It's like, we don't put extra emphasis on it. What we do is we try to give them to be as prepared as possible for the at-bat, take all the external pressure off so that now you're going to home plate knowing that guy on the mound is in trouble, not you. And they do that in every facet of the game. I mean, I just think of Vierling last night, and I know he's done this, but just look at the technique on that ground ball, just the arm extended, scooping through it, running through the ball. Riley Green on the throw home, same thing in the outfield. You know why? Because they touch the ball 40, 50 times every day before they go to the outfield to work on that, to make sure. That's the single biggest thing that you can do to stop runners advancing 90 feet. Get the ball in your glove, get it in the air. And they work on it relentlessly. So these guys they don't know anything else. But it's a reflection of all that hard work, and that's why people keep saying, "Well, now the pressure's really on." That's not how they look at it, because they know they are prepared for the moment, whatever it might be.
What do you attribute the change in Parker Meadows and how this team, seemingly when Parker Meadows came back, they start winning baseball games?
Yeah, he is. I look at him as he really has been the catalyst.
I mean,
right?
096, Dan.
7 for 73. Let's be precise. I mean, and really struggling. I mean, they were spinning it and spinning it and spinning it, and for him to go down and 200 and some at bats to get it to where it needed to be, and it all paid off. I think of that Suarez grand slam. I mean, that's a guy throwing 102. And he takes a moment after missing a 3-1, steps out, calms himself down, slows himself down, because he was trying to meet the speed of the pitch and hits the grand slam. He's doing it in all facets. And remember AJ, he was in the 6th spot, and he's like, you going to move him to the leadoff spot? He's like, I kind of like him right where he is. Well, within a couple of days, he was back to the leadoff spot. And that's huge. Starting games with home runs, starting games with getting on base and running the bases.
Or he'll hit 9th. It doesn't matter.
Right. Lefty on the mound, he's hitting 9th. And so I look to him as a guy who has really led the way. But the defense, my goodness. I was talking about it today. I said, you guys just don't want a ball to drop, do you? It's like, no, that's our goal.
You know, it's funny when the only thing you have to complain about is they didn't complete that no-hitter a couple weeks ago. So they're going to get this done? You got to love their chances to make the playoffs.
No, absolutely. Absolutely. I don't have any doubt about that, and they don't talk about it other than it's like, hey, if we just keep – as AJ says, you don't get there unless you keep doing what got us here. And they know what got us here, so you just take it one day at a time. But, yes, do I think so? Absolutely.
And if they do, they can be a problem with this pitching and the way they're playing.
You've been playing playoff baseball for 6 weeks in terms of how this is how pitching gets used in the postseason if you don't have a Justin Verlander, Max Scherzer at the top of your rotation. This is how it gets used. Short starts, and then it's not bulk guys anymore. It's 2 and 3 inning guys, and you're mixing and matching.
And if you can get Reese Olson, who pitches today, if Reese Olson returns to the form that he had earlier in the season,
and he can go 4 and 5.
Yeah. Now you start, if and when you get into a playoff situation, you throw Skubal and Reese Olson out there. That is a hell of a 1-2 combo that you can do.
Absolutely is. And I think that's why today's start is important for Reese, just to maybe work a little bit deeper into the game. He's still building back up, but to have him paired with Skubal, remembering how good he was earlier, you're right. That's huge.
Obviously, Skubal's been the MVP of this team because he's doing things we haven't seen in a long time. But what about Tyler Holton? Doesn't matter where you put him.
We run out of things to say, but we keep saying them because you just
different players, different skills.
There's nobody quite like him. 93 innings last year, if you include 8 innings at Toledo. He's at 94, I think, now, or 93 again this year, all in relief. The starts are relief appearances, right?
Yeah.
There's nobody like him. And the fact that you can rely on him, he just went through a stretch where he gave up 2 runs in 47 innings. And it's not with great stuff, except that he knows how to get people out. He's incredible. He defies all the things that I think about pitching in terms of low strikeout guys. You hold batting average on balls and play low. It's going to correct. It doesn't correct because he knows what he's doing.
Final thing for me, when they traded Jack Flaherty, we all started researching number 8, number 22 prospect in the Dodger system's coming back, and you go, okay, this 8, I don't know. 22, throw in. The 22 prospect from the Dodgers is manning the infield and help leading this team to a postseason berth.
And think about what, front offices talk about. You target guys from organizations that have deep farm systems and do a good job of player development. They like the job. Scott Harris talked about this the day that he debuted. They like the job the Dodgers did with him in terms of developing him as a hitter, even if it hadn't been obvious yet. He showed it at Toledo, but now he's showing, especially against lefties, that he can be an everyday guy.
You get the podcast with Benetti. You guys do a great job.
Well, thanks. He's so fun to work with.
You guys are absolutely interchangeable. You on TV, it's a seamless transition. It's great to hear. I think you guys do an amazing job. What's it like with him and that whole crew to work with when you get going?
I don't know. It's just a good day at the ballpark when you see Jason Benetti. He just adds so much. The person, the personality. He tells corny jokes. He makes plays on words, and then he looks at you like, I know that was bad, but you can't help but laugh. I love working with him every day. He's added so much, and it's a broadcast team with radio and TV.
How was it like that Bobby Scales save your life last week with walking up in the booth? That was a hot shot.
Awesome.
You notice I was leaning back. I was waiting for the carom, and I wanted to make sure I didn't get hot. And there's Bobby. Are you kidding me? And did you see what he did? Let the ball travel.
He's got huge hands. Bobby's got massive
I'm like,
paws.
did that hurt? He's like, no, I just – that was amazing. Best catch I've ever seen in the booth.
That was great. Dan, you're the best.
Oh,
We're
you
so
guys,
happy
so
for you.
good.
We're happy for
Thanks
all
for
of
having
us.
me.
People ask what you're like all the time, and I go, God, he's such a jerk. One of the nicest guys you'll ever meet. Have fun today. Thanks for making time.
All right.
I know you're busy.
Absolutely. No, I love coming on with you guys.
Dan Dickerson outside Comerica Park here. Carson Anderson continues 97.1 The Ticket. You guys hear me talk about Twin Peaks a lot. It's hard not to. In terms of being a sports bar, no one does it better. But compared to other restaurants, they deserve your time. They don't just serve up bar food. It's elevated. It's impressive. Did you know they actually have a scratch kitchen? Their team is in there every day at 7 a.m. preparing the food that you're going to enjoy. Whether you're in town for a holiday or not, Twin Peaks has something for everyone. For starters, they smoke their own ribs, brisket, chicken wings, and thighs. They cut their own New York strips, craft their own meatballs, hand cut their chicken tenders and boneless wings. They make all their own salad dressings. They even make their own croutons. They're more than just burgers and wings. They're trophy trout or mom's pot roast. See for yourself. Dine in and enjoy with friends. Carry out those barbecue favorites. And of course, there's also the bourbons, high-end favorites like Orphan Barrel, Jefferson's Reserve, and Blanton's. Give me some right now. High-end tequilas like Sincoro Anejo or Don Julio 1942. Yep, let's go. The beer, teeth chattering, 29 degrees. Pair all that with wall-to-wall TVs. The beautiful Twin Peaks girls. Check it out. Plus, there's baseball games on TV, football games on tonight. It's a perfect place for a sports fan. It's Twin Peaks. Find the location nearest you. Go to twinpeaksrestaurant.com. Eats, drinks, scenic views.
Wasn't he just here?
Dan Dickerson on the call last night in the Tigers Radio Network, and he'll be on the call this afternoon as the Tigers try and cut their magic number down to 2. Twins play tonight, could get cut down to 1, and then a home series against the White Sox. The math is in Detroit's favor. The math is very much in Detroit's favor.
Well, I'm glad, because that means the math is in my favor, which is rare.
I'll keep explaining it to you, Scott.
Thank you.
You'll get through. So, a couple things here. Last night, Jackson Jobe made his debut. And what is next for him, who knows? We hope he goes on to a long and very successful career here as a Detroit Tiger. The high end, he's our next Skubal Verlander kind of guy. And then you could be less than that and still be very helpful. But it's a long process. But he's earned all the hype, and now they've kind of hit the fast forward button and say, well, let's see if the kid can help us now. We'll see if he can help us now. But there were people there last night that got on their feet for his debut, right? He's a triple-digit pitcher, and we've heard about him for a minute here, former first overall pick, and his first pick of the Tigers, yeah, sorry. And but he's also risen to the point where he was considered the best pitching prospect in baseball. There were 30,000 plus that got to see his debut. What is the best debut you have ever gotten to see, whether it be a rookie or a player that you heard about or a new uniform, like anything where you're like, I was there? And I've got 2. I was at Cade Cunningham's first home game.
Okay.
Yeah. When he was a rookie.
All right.
And I hope that that's something I can brag about someday. I also was at David Price's first start here at Comerica. I think his first start was on the road. It was his first start here at Comerica. So those would be amongst the better debuts. I mean, countless Michigan players, of course, over the years, but those would be the ones that jump straight to the top. Kang's got a great one because it turned out to be relatively inconsequential.
All right.
But it was a massive deal at the time.
Yeah, I mean, at the time, I'm just gonna say it right now. It's Blake Griffin's debut as a Piston. Now, not everyone was in love with the move to do it, but he was a big name and a star in the league. And I went down to the game because I got to see what the reaction is going to be. We'll see, how the fans embrace him. And they were great. They were fantastic. He ended up scoring 24 points that night. They won the game. The fans were way more ecstatic than I could have even imagined. And Blake Griffin, I remember him saying, he felt this is how, I guess he never knew how you were supposed to embrace a star player because I guess he didn't get this in L.A. And so when he came here and the fans gave him a standing ovation and cheered for him. It was just a really cool moment. Of course, it didn't amount to anything, but for that moment, it was special. It was pretty fun.
Well, all 3 of us were at that game. We went together for that one, which was cool. But I may have the trump card on this, and I apologize.
It's not.
I know what you're. I think I know what you're going to say. Can I guess the team that player was playing against?
Sure.
Arizona Cardinals.
So 1989. I'm at home. And it's, of course, the early fall, and it's Sunday.
Yeah.
My dad says, you want to go to the game? And I'm like, I would, because it's not on TV, because it was a blackout game. There were only like 47,000 people at the game, whatever. I'm like, yeah, let's go. Let's go to the game. We get in the car, drive, get out there, and get some pretty good seats because nobody's there. And about, I don't know, what it was, 5 minutes into the third quarter, whatever it was, here comes number 20 out onto the field, Barry Sanders, to make his Detroit Lions debut. And what a debut it was. Now, I think he only ended up with 71 yards rushing, but it was in less than a half of football. And I think it was his second carry, you knew that Barry Sanders was going to be special. Reversed his field, went up the sideline for like 19 yards. It was incredible. And, I mean, my dad and I looked at each other and just with our jaws dropped and smiles and just this is going to be fun to watch. This kid might have some talent here.
Yeah.
And to be there, part of that crowd, not a sellout crowd at the Silverdome, to watch the greatest running back to ever play the game, Barry Sanders, make his debut, it was special and spectacular.
Now, let's be clear here. We have no idea where Jackson Jobe, where this thing's headed. We have reason to be encouraged, and we're certainly, as a topic, this is in no way meant to compare, well, Jackson Jobe's going to be to the Tigers what Barry Sanders was to the Lions, or anything like that. But we're just kind of wondering what's the best debut you ever saw. 248-539-9797. That you got to say, I was there the night that blank debuted in Detroit, whether it be as a rookie, whether it be as a player that they traded for, acquired as a free agent, whatever it may be. I mean, that was a Pudge Rodriguez's debut.
There you go.
Yeah, that was in Toronto, wasn't it? Yeah, I think it was in Toronto when we were there for opening day. I'm almost sure that's how it went down. But anyway, what debut would you say, are you proud to say you were at? 248-539-9797. Next hour, we're going to hear from AJ Hinch. He was on the morning show. We'll bring you the best of what he had to say. Also, we got Loser Chooser coming up Thursday night. We always like to pick the losers of every football game. Speaking of every Thursday night football game, we got a Monday night game coming up this week. I feel like our formula and what we're supposed to do is like lean into the Monday night football game come Monday. It's possible that we won't be doing that, even though it's a huge story. It's possible.
Oh, because what the Tigers are doing?
Because of what the Tigers are doing.
Because we're going to get prepared for a playoff game the next day?
Because we might be preparing for a playoff game the next day. We might be preparing for a playoff game the next day.
I think we'll still find a way to carve out some time to really lean into it for the Monday night game.
I didn't say we wouldn't carve out some time. Let's just say that there's something that might be going on that's as big as the Monday night football game.
I just think that people will be hungover watching the Tigers play the next day.
Not
here in Detroit, but watching them on TV or listening to the radio.
Depending on who makes the playoffs and depending on where that playoff game would be, should Detroit make it, that could be a noon start.
Wow.
Well, you got to figure.
Quick turnaround.
If it's Baltimore, and things are getting really wonky in the NL too because of the Braves, the storm moving through, and the Braves might have to play a doubleheader Monday. It's possible it'll be needed. But, as I look at this thing, the way it lays out, if it's a noon start, then, of course, we'll have it here on 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Let's go. Do we still have Damon? Let's go to Damon. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Damon.
Damon,
are you there?
Hey, this is Tom.
Okay, go ahead, Tom.
Tom works.
Yeah. All right, yeah. Hey, maybe you guys can confirm this for me. I'm pretty sure I'm right. I remember when Eric Hipple debuted for the Lions back in the 80s. I think it was on Monday Night Football, and he threw for like 380 yards. The Lions won.
Yeah,
we thought we had the next
Bears,
greatest
if I'm
thing,
not
which
mistaken.
of course we didn't. But.
Yeah, Gary Danielson had, I think, broken his ankle or broken his leg or something, and here comes Eric Hipple and threw for well over 300 yards against the Bears. It was Monday night. We had season tickets, but because it was a Monday night and I was a kid, I wasn't allowed to go.
Yeah.
And I was very disturbed because, again, that game, not on TV. But that was a hell of a debut to make in the NFL, wasn't it?
Yeah.
That's how you debut.
Yeah. That was good. John, you're next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, John.
How you doing, guys? I remember when the Little Caesars jet was coming back from Hartford, Connecticut, with a player called Brendan Shanahan. Debuted at the Joe Louis Arena.
Oh, and you were there, huh?
I was there down in the lower bowl. That was fantastic, and the crowd erupted, and the rest is history, as basically Brendan was part of 3 cup runs.
Yeah, I think he got in a fight in that first night, too, to really endear himself with the fans, and then the scoring happened after that. It was quite a debut for Shanahan, and quite a trade. At the time, trading away Keith Primo and Paul Coffey to get Brendan Shanahan, it worked out very well for the Red Wings.
Thank you for the phone call. What debut were you at? Meanwhile, next hour, the best of what AJ Hinch told the morning show, including what their pitching plans are, what's the secret to Chris Fetter's sauce, and do you talk about playoffs? All that coming up next hour as we lead you into Tiger baseball this afternoon here on Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Fun day to be out here at Comerica Park. There's a buzz in the air as fans file in for what is a big baseball game and a big series of baseball games for the Detroit Tigers, who have gone on quite a run here to put themselves in a position where the magic number's down to 3, Scott. It's down to 3.
That's crazy.
It is absolutely crazy, but good for the Detroit Tigers as they get a 7-1 win last night in front of over 30,000 fans. Expecting a good crowd here today as we're seeing people file in earlier than normal here at Comerica. And this Detroit team just riding the wave of momentum since August 10th, 40 games, 29-11, comparing it to the 40-game stretch in 1984 of 35-5. Both magic for different reasons. 35-5 is such – it's hard to imagine how the math worked on that. To get 35 wins out of 40 games in baseball is insane. This, in some ways, is more impressive because the team was somewhat defined as not capable of something like what they've done, 29-11, but they have been doing it through doing the little things well, like getting from first to third on singles, hitting cutoff men, getting the ball, as Dan Dickerson said, into the glove and back to the infield quickly. All these little things add up, and look where they are on the brink of clinching a playoff spot.
Well, it's so important to be fundamentally sound, right? And part of that being fundamentally sound, yes, it's making those plays, but it's also using your head and knowing what you're supposed to do and being a professional. You know, when you're going to hit a cutoff man's got to be in place.
Yep.
And in years past, they've had players that had lots of talent but didn't want to do things like that, like didn't care about those. And, you know, when you don't pay attention to the details, you lose games. And they've done a remarkable job of doing all of those things well. I loved watching Dylan Dingler go from first to third. I loved watching Zach McKinstry, churn around third base heading home on a play that maybe you don't normally send a guy, but you're going to, and you're counting on your guy being good enough and fast enough and the throw not being perfect. And if he gets thrown out, he gets thrown out, but you're taking a chance, and these chances have paid off remarkably well for the Tigers during this stretch.
Coming up around 12:20, we'll get into some of the best of what AJ Hinch told the morning show, getting you set for this one. Tigers and Tampa Bay Rays. Critical game for the Tigers, trying to inch ever closer to a playoff spot. We're also talking about debuts. Last night, Jackson Jobe made his debut. Whose debut did you see live? 248-539-9797. Let's go to Matt. You're on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Matt.
Hey, thanks for taking my phone call.
Sure.
I just got to get my phone here. Yeah, I was able to see Jack Morris's Major League debut.
You don't say.
Yeah, my dad always took us we're up in the Upper Peninsula. He always took us down to Milwaukee or Chicago to see the Tigers. And he's 92. He's a big Tiger fan. I watched a game last night with him. But we were at Kaminsky Park, and we were going to try to see Mark Fitterich. I actually got his autograph that day. And he was hurt, and they brought this kid in. Well, I was a kid then, too. And there was nothing in the his name wasn't on the back of his jersey. And didn't know who he was. He just came in and was throwing BBs, and that was Jack Morris's Major League debut. I got to see it.
Matt, thanks for sharing. 248-539-9797. That's a first.
That is a first.
I just walked past.
Doug and Karsh.
He yelled out, Doug and Karsh. Keg. It wasn't Carson. Nobody called me Carson.
No, it was just Doug and Karsh.
Well, maybe he was talking about you twice, Doug.
Clearly.
Next up, we got Sean. You're on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Sean.
Greetings, gentlemen. How you doing today?
Great, Sean.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we got you. Go ahead.
Okay, sorry about that. From 1990 to 2014, I was living out in Seattle, Washington. But the summer of 2005, I just happened to be back here in town, and we were able to catch the Major League debut of one Felix Hernandez, who then I got to go back to Seattle and live for 10 years and watch him completely waste his career.
Wow. He had his debut, if I'm not mistaken, was ridiculous.
He had a great first time.
All right, well, unfortunately, we lost him there.
All right, Sean, thank you for the phone call.
Felix Hernandez, the pitcher for when he came up with Seattle, I believe, made his debut against the Tigers and was absolutely incredible.
Al, you're next on 97.1 A Ticket. Hello, Al.
Hello.
Hello, guys. Thanks for taking the call.
Sure.
I saw Al Kaline's opening game for the Tigers. I'm 80 years old, and my dad took me as a young boy, sat in right field, and was able to see this 19-year-old kid start playing baseball.
It's pretty incredible at the age of 19.
It's amazing.
Thanks, Al. 248-539-9797. Dan, you're next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Dan.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. I was able to be on the field in the tunnel at Ford Field in the kickoff week of 2017 to see Kenny Galladay catch 2 touchdown passes in his rookie debut.
There you go. There you go. Kenny Galladay. Best seasons were in Detroit. It was really, really good. I didn't expect to get a Kenny Galladay topic on this one. Here's some feedback. Dan in Newport, LeBron James, first preseason game against the Pistons.
That's a big one.
Gary in Birmingham, Austin Matthews was at his game, four goals in his first game. Blake from work, I was at the first night game at the Big House.
I was there.
Yeah, I know.
Is it Notre Dame?
Yep. Not a Detroit debut, but I was at Ford Field for Ben Roethlisberger's first preseason game. He came in the second half and lit us up. That's from Chris and Wixon. From Caleb in Macomb, I remember as a kid going to the Palace for the very first game of the preseason to see Michael Jordan's first game back after retiring the second time to play with the Washington Wizards. That must have been weird.
That would be weird. Yeah.
I was at Chrysler Arena at the basketball game when they introduced Jim Harbaugh as head coach. That's from Mike in Oxford. That's when he said, if you're with us, you're with us. It was one of the first signs that Jim was
a little off.
Different.
Weird.
A little different.
Strange.
Guys, the best debut for me was going back to the first ever game at Pac Bell Park in San Francisco. It was an exhibition game between the Brewers, and Marquise Grissom destroyed the Giants in the debut of their gorgeous new park. That's from Joe in Farmington Hills.
Marquise Grissom. That's a nice call.
Yeah.
I was at the debut of Patrick Kane in a Red Wing uniform last year.
Were you?
Yeah, went to that game. That was fun.
Yeah, it's cool. Nick in a brown truck. My brother-in-law called me and said he had a couple of openings in a suite for the Pistons opener with Grant Hill.
Oh, boy.
Yep. Honestly, the most incredible introduction I ever saw was Anquan Bolden. I was awestruck. That's from John in Grosse Ile. Didn't Anquan Bolden and Charles Rogers both debut in the same game?
I believe so. Yeah. Bolden had a great debut in that game, and then Chuck had I forget, it was his debut, or did he have like 2 touchdowns in his first 3? He had a 2-touchdown game.
Yeah, I remember. I think
Early.
both Anquan Bolden and Charles Rogers were rookies, and they both put on an absolute show in their debut.
Yeah.
So, 248-539-9797. Let's go to Mike. You're next on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Mike.
Hey, fellas.
What's up?
Hey, I went to high school the same year Michael Jordan did. First year of college, same year Michael Jordan did. But his rookie year was so hyped. So I went to the game at the Pontiac Silverdome in 1984 in October. And to see this guy and Terry Tyler meet up inside the free throw line as high as Terry Tyler could jump, Michael Jordan and him met at the apex, and Jordan kept going and slammed on him. And the Silverdome went crazy, man. I never seen, we were talking, Dr. J at the time was incredible doing that. But Jordan was another type of athlete, man, and that was just incredible because it was so hyped coming out of college, the Olympics, and to be there for the game, man, and to see dude live, it was amazing.
That's incredible. That is incredible. Thanks for sharing. 248-539-9797. Thanks for all your phone calls. We'll move on. Straight ahead, we got Loser Chooser, as we'll pick the loser of the Thursday night game. Then after that, we'll get into the best of what AJ Hinch told our morning show, getting you set for the Tigers and the Tampa Rays. Just a reminder, you can stream the show on the Odyssey app. Download it for your mobile device today. AUDACY. Then you can listen to the show. And you know what? This is exactly the time that I think about people getting the Odyssey app and being outside of Detroit, just getting fired up for our teams. Want to hear Tiger talk.
That's right.
Want to hear Lions talk. There's no better time to have the Odyssey app. And at some point, you're going to be out of the market. You're going to wish you had it, so you may as well download it. Then you can listen to all the shows here on 97.1 A Ticket. You also stream to our website, 971theticket.com, where Evan and the Birchie Kid are responsible for great content. You can stream with video. To see our broadcast location here outside Comerica Park, go to twitch.tv, search up 971 The Ticket. Bam, there we are. Participate in the streaming chat. Also, youtube.com, same thing, as you can log on and see our broadcast location here outside the Comerica entrance. Tigers and Rays coming up in just about an hour's time. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, it's Doug for the University of Michigan Credit Union. My new credit union, UMCU, is the official debit card of Michigan Athletics, and they've teamed up with Will Johnson, national champion, defensive MVP, talented cornerback for the Michigan Wolverines. You saw the pick 6 against SC, and to celebrate this winning combination, Michigan Credit Union wants to share some exciting news with you. They're offering exclusive fan benefits like access to the official Block M debit card. People comment them on all the time. If you bleed blue, you want to see this thing. It's awesome. And listen up, because right now is the perfect time to become a member. Get ready to show off your pride this season with the Block M debit card. They've been servicing customers for over 70 years, and signing up is easy. Get your exclusive Block M debit card today. Just visit umcu.org. Some restrictions apply. See website for full details. Insured by NCUA. Every Thursday, some people give you winners. We like to give you the loser of the Thursday night game. And tonight you got two teams that really have started to find a way to lose. One of them looked like a loser from day one, and the Giants, the other, a pleasant surprise, finding ways to lose. the Dallas Cowboys. So, Dak has won 12 straight starts against the Giants. He's been hurt in a stretch there. I believe the Giants have managed to lose the last 6 overall to the Cowboys. Malik Neighbors has burst onto the scene for the Giants, and he could get in the way of the losing, but not tonight. Too much Daniel Jones. Giants lose, Gator.
Doug, it's an interesting matchup because Dak Prescott and Daniel Jones both have the same amount of touchdown passes and interceptions, and Malik Neighbors actually has more yards receiving and touchdowns than CeeDee Lamb. The running back situation for the Giants is a better situation than what the Dallas Cowboys have. All this plays into exactly why you go against what the stats say and you say that the Giants will lose this game.
We both.
I mean, come on. It's Daniel Jones.
We're both on board with the Giants losing tonight. That is loser chooser. We do have some NFL news. As Dan Campbell speaking to the media right now, we're outside Comerica Park getting you set for this Tiger game. So they try and cut the magic number down to 2. But Kang, not good news on Frank Ragnow.
Yeah, Dan Campbell speaking, like you said, and he told all the reporters down there that Frank Ragnow will not play this week. They do have an upcoming bye week in Week 5, so I think they're taking the long haul, playing the long game with this one.
Has he mentioned, or have any of the reporters tweeted out since it's ongoing right now? Has anybody mentioned what the plan is? Are they moving Glasgow to center? Is Michael Neese getting a shot? Have they said what they're going to do?
No, not that I've seen so far, but he also did say on another injury update, Lee McNeil is day-to-day, and he'll be out there at practice. But as far as who's going to take over Ragnow, I have not seen anything yet.
Okay, gotcha. Well, we'll monitor that. Lions with a Monday night game against Seattle. The 2-1 Detroit Lions against the team that has basically been their nemesis. The 3-0 Seattle Seahawks leading the way in the NFC West. So big game coming up for the Lions on Monday night. Big game this afternoon here in Detroit. So we expect there to be a pretty good crowd. As the numbers, wow, there's a lot of people showing up for this one between the Detroit Tigers and the Tampa Bay Rays. And, of course, everybody here to see the Tigers. And AJ Hinch, manager of the Tigers, joined our morning show, and he talked a little bit about a day later here, the decision to call up Jackson Jobe. He takes us through the timeline, how it went down. This was AJ Hinch with our morning show today.
John and Jeff and I talked about Jackson being an option on the road trip, and Scott brought it to me one day and said, hey, I think Jackson should be in play. I tried to kind of channel my emotion and be super calm about it, and I was like tomorrow? And he's like, no, he's got to pitch on Friday in AAA. We're going to challenge him with a few things, and then, get through the weekend, and we can bring him up. And I think what that signals to me is an organization that's all in on trying to give us the best resources to win. And we're in a great position to have a special ending to the season and the regular season, and Jackson can be a part of it. Like last night, as an example, we've got to get his feet wet. I wanted it so badly to be a perfect scenario for him. It was about as perfect as it could get. I didn't anticipate it being the 9th inning. I also didn't anticipate the chance from 32,000 people to welcome him to Detroit. But I think he brings stuff. He brings adrenaline. He's really hard to hit, as seen by his minor league performance. And so we need to test him this week to see if he would factor in if we make the playoffs. So he's eligible to pitch. I'll probably give him a day or two off. I don't want to treat him like a true reliever yet, and try to get him in this series this weekend and have him feature his stuff. I mean, it's a plus that's across the board. Plus athleticism, plus arm, plus slider, changeup. You name it. He's got the weapons to be good. And I was really impressed by his calmness last night. He didn't really look as nervous as I thought he would, or as I would have been as a 22-year-old pitcher coming and pitching individuals for the first time. So first box check, get him in the game and see how he responds, and now we'll throw another challenge at him this season.
Okay, a couple things from there that stands out. Sort of the lost part of that comment, and again, AJ Hinch talking about Jackson Jobe, when he said he had one more start in Toledo and we want to, quote, challenge him with a few things. This might be the secret sauce, and that is what they are looking for in pitchers at the minor league level. We've seen it time and time again this year. It is not reflected in their stats. I want to know what those few things are that they are challenging him with, because is Is it first pitch fastballs? In the zone? Is it locating every pitch in the zone? Is it missing the zone intentionally? Like all of these different. What is it that when they say we want to challenge him with a few things? Because the stat line in Toledo was never great.
No, and we talked to Dan Dickerson about it. That was a question I asked Dan.
Yep.
What is it that they do that makes that difference with guys that aren't putting up great numbers at Toledo, but they come to the Tigers and all of a sudden they are putting up great numbers, and it is what they're asked to do. Hey, we're not worried so much. It's almost like spring training. It's just extended spring training. They treat it like that. We know you've got stuff. We need you to work on this, this, and this, and we're not going to worry so much about the hard hit rate on these other pitches, but we need you to work on this. Whatever it is, it's worked phenomenally well. And I don't know if there's a real answer for it. I mean, we talk about getting Fetter made or getting hinched and all that, but I mean, these guys still have to execute what they're being asked to do. And I just think it's a combination of things. I think analytics at the major league level, different than analytics at the minor league level, that plays a role in it. I think the instruction that you're getting, because you got more hands on deck here with the Tigers than you do with the Mud Hens.
Yeah.
And you've also got a bunch of guys that have been there and done that, as opposed to everybody trying to come up at the same time in Toledo. You're here and you've already got, here's Tarek Skubal, who's, odds on to win the Cy Young right now. And you've got other pitchers that have made it over the last couple of years, that they can all lend this kind of experience to help these guys through it.
So here's the other thing that I loved in that comment is, if you think about the level of where the Tiger calls were from February, March, April, May, June, July, the calls that we got, and then we have them, and what people wanted to talk about. And I'm not mad at anybody what they wanted to talk about. And you get a skipper saying the following: it's indicative of an organization that's trying to give us the resources to win, which in some ways is hysterical, because the major complaint is they're not giving them what they need to win.
Because in the offseason they didn't spend enough money in the fans' eyes, and in our eyes too, in certain respects. Did you throw bad money at Kenta Maeda? Did you not throw enough money in term to Jack Flaherty? Why didn't you throw money at Matt Chapman? These were the questions that they had. And as the season's gone on, those questions got louder and louder, and then comes the All-Star break, or the trade deadline, and we're all in a frenzy here trying to figure out what can you get for Jack Flaherty now that he's pitched this well. Is there really a possible offer for Skubal that would make us go, yes, absolutely, let's do this? And they end up trading Flaherty. It gets panned by a lot of people.
Yep.
And Scott Harris just puts blinders on and puts the sound deafening headphones on. He's not going to listen to the outside noise. He's like, we made the deal we thought was right for us. It was a great deal for us. We got a shortstop we like, and and then they bring him up, and he plays great. We get a catching prospect and Tyron Lorenzo, and he's done really nice. And he's going to go to the the Arizona Fall League. So all this it's paying off, and they didn't trade Tarek Skubal. They didn't get the crazy offer from Baltimore, and is Baltimore going to kick themselves for not doing that? They might. But Tiger fans are ecstatic right now that it didn't, because they basically only moved Flaherty, and here they are.
So one of the things that's so funny is when that trade was made, on paper, it was not considered a winner.
No.
But it doesn't matter what it is, because what may have happened here is they may have identified two players, one in particular that's helping them win now, and one that very well may help them win in the future, that are way better than their rankings indicated in the Dodgers system. Now, as Dan Dickerson said when we asked him about it, he's like, look, they like talking to teams that are great at developing players. But in this particular instance, they went out and they got somebody's number 22 prospect, and we're all like, oh, he's a throw-in. And that's a guy that we expected he was going to go play shortstop for Toledo, because they might need a shortstop.
Right, because they're going to bring Kreidler up, and we need somebody. Somebody's got to play shortstop at Toledo.
And it turns out he's the guy. He is the guy. 248-539-9797. All right, straight ahead, more from AJ Hinch from the morning show. Do you talk to the guys about playoffs? What is Fetter's influence? And do you start Skubal on Sunday, even if you're just going for seeding? We will get to what he had to say. Coming up next here on Carson Anderson, leading into Tiger Baseball here on 97.1 The Ticket. NFL Week 4 is coming up, and your chance to start your week off big with FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. If you're new to FanDuel, you'll get started with $200 in bonus bets guaranteed when you place your first $5 bet. So, Thursday night game, I will tell you Cowboys-Giants, I know they have same-game parlays with a no-sweat guaranteed. That no-sweat guarantee means if you make your same-game parlay on whatever you choose, guess what? If it doesn't come through, you get your money back in credits to go make other bets. So it's kind of nice, like having a safety net there. Check it out on the top banner on the FanDuel app. Visit FanDuel.com/Doug. That's FanDuel.com/Doug. FanDuel is an official sportsbook partner of the NFL. Must be 21 or older and present in Michigan. First online, real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions do apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Actually, I cannot.
Good-looking crowd here at Comerica Park.
It's a different crowd today, man.
It is a different crowd.
It's a mostly adult crowd.
Yep.
I would say 95% adult crowd.
Yep.
And they're starting to pack it up here. And people are excited. There's definitely a vibe right now. When we first got here, nobody was here. Now at 12:30, there's a vibe.
It was a little early. We get here at 10 a.m. We're set up, and that's when they bring in the helicopters and the fire trucks. All right, more from AJ Hinch on the morning show. Do you talk about the playoffs much with your team? They are 3, magic numbers 3, close to clinching this thing. Do you talk about it with your team? Here's AJ Hinch.
We don't talk about it. We're aware of it because it's kind of And I just, I'm the manager, and literally the definition of my job is to manage the players and manage their emotions and their expectations. And, yesterday we kind of mediocre work day before the game. We had a couple coaches that changed the tone on our work time. We have to keep stuff in forward. And the one thing we talk about every day is how we can respond that day. And that doesn't always resonate with fans or probably the listeners or the way that the emotions want to draw to this playoff race. But it is the way that we try to reflect the performance and talk about good baseball for 2 months. We didn't do that in August by looking towards September 25th, 26th. We're not going to do October until we get to the finish line. I just want everybody to understand that we know what's going on. We're aware of what's going on. We're excited. But all we can really focus on is today with Tampa and trying to beat the latest thing for the first time.
Every once in a while you hear a coach say something that's kind of cutting edge and you realize they're doing it differently. And you know what I'm hearing that?
What's that?
They're taking it one game at a time.
They're trying to. You know what I'm excited about today, though?
What?
I'm excited about Reese Olson.
Yeah.
And how far Reese Olson can go and how improved he is over his previous 2 appearances. I think he's a key. If this team gets to the playoffs, I think he is a key of extending the playoffs.
One of the things you get into with players is how good is your good. His good is really good.
His good is great.
All right, Chris Fetter, what is the pitching coach's influence on this team? Everybody loves him. Everybody praises him. Give that man a raise. Here's what AJ had to say this morning. He finds out what's the best version of that player. I want a life coach that helps me. What is the best version of Doug? I want something. I need a
almost 18 years.
I need a Fetter.
Need to get Fetter made.
I need a Chris Fetter life coach. We'll figure out the best version of me.
You used a word I love there, optimized. You know, that's the thing, getting the best out of it, optimizing the situation, and somehow they've been able to find that. And it's it. What do you do well? He does this well. Well, let's make it even better.
Yeah. Good stuff there, AJ Hinch, regarding Chris Fetter. All right, one of the interesting questions they asked him, let's say the Tigers are fortunate enough to clinch a playoff spot. Sunday rolls around, and seeding is still in play. Maybe they're tied with Kansas City. Do you start Skubal to try and be wild card 2 instead of wild card 3, or would you save Skubal for a postseason start? Here's what AJ Hinch had to say.
That we would use that weapon for seeding, we would shift towards a different start. But we haven't really talked, that directly about it because I got consistent with how I think the team could be where the feet are. But I understand the question, but the COVID's not an issue, and we can just do our part for that.
This way of saying, let's not jinx things, right?
Yeah. Well, we're not get ahead of ourselves.
We're not
right?
going to do that. We're just going to look around.
However, it sounds like they would not start him if it was only for seeding.
And nor would I. I
No.
think it's a smart move. What matters is that this team is, if they get to the playoffs, that he is able to start game 1 of the playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, remember these wild card series have been wild. Since they've gone to this format, eight wild card series in this format with the last division winner and the 3 wild card teams. Wild cards 2 and 3, the road teams, which the Tigers are trending to be right now. Wild cards 2 and 3 are 6 and 2. They go into other teams' ballparks and win more often than the home team wins. Now, if you ask me, would I rather have a playoff series here? I'd rather have the playoff series here.
Of course.
But I don't. What it tells you is it doesn't matter as much as it feels like it should. It hasn't so far. It's only been 2 years, so it's not like this is a long trend. But
in terms of looking at how those playoffs have worked out, yeah.
Yes.
But a long time since Tigers been in the playoffs.
But to have Scooble going in one of those games, be able to start a game 1 on a Tuesday, and that's what it would be. The playoffs start Tuesday with 4 wild card games. It's like noon, 3, 6, and 9. And chances are, I mean, if Detroit's playing at Baltimore, I bet it's a noon start on Tuesday. If Detroit is playing at Houston, it'll probably be later in the day. But it depends on what the home teams are. We couldn't really map it out just yet, but it's done mostly by time zone. So Reese Olson going today for the Tigers. Tyler Alexander, former Tiger, going for the Rays. His ERA is over 5. Reese Olson's is 3.49. It's a good matchup for Detroit. Tyler Alexander lost a bunch of games here in Detroit, but was well-liked. Hopefully he can continue the trend of losing in Detroit.
Yeah, that'd be great. But Reese Olson's big start for him to show that he's getting back to where he needs to be. Because, as you said, his good is amazing.
Yep.
And for the first half of the season when he was healthy and threw basically close to 100 innings, he was really, really good and a nice, counter to what Tarek Skubal can offer.
It's funny because the players last night really answered the bell. Remember we took a call yesterday, hey, are you worried about Spencer Torkelson? Yeah, maybe long-term, but I'm not worried about long-term. Can he help you win today's game? And then he goes out last night, and it's just a nuke. Absolutely. I mean, he leaned into that one.
Listen, Spencer Torkelson and what he can provide, if he can be, and this is tough to be in the major leagues, right? This is the ones that are consistent are all-stars.
Yep.
But if he could be consistently good for this team over the next, now I'm going to say over the next month plus, I think the Tigers go a long way because of having that guy who can do things that other players can flash with it, but nobody's got the raw power that this guy does.
No.
I mean, we saw last year with the 31 home runs, he can absolutely knock it out of the ballpark, and the one he hit last night went 415 feet or whatever it was. It's electric when he gets the bat around, but he has not been steady enough in the month of September. It's been a rough September for him after coming back in August and having a really good August. Maybe last night's a good jumping off point for him. The long home run, the double down the line, had some good swings. Even though he struck out twice, he worked the count a couple times. Maybe he's getting comfortable again. They need him to be.
I credited Bally's for sticking with the broadcast between the bottom of the 8th and the top of the 9th.
Yeah.
I also credit them for the camera in the dugout, and they stuck with it because there were great dugout vibes after he hit that bomb.
Yes, there were.
All right, hey, look, thanks to our engineering crew and our street team down here at Comerica Park. Thanks to Dan Dickerson for stopping by, and, of course, Kang and Kenny back in our studios. The great job that they do. Tiger baseball is coming up next as the Tigers try and shave another game off their magic number. Have a great day. Stay safe, everybody, and treat each other with respect. Carson Anderson, 97.1.